Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to stand up. I've been sitting, a little bit today. It's time to stand up, get the juices flowing, because we have a real Dynasty startup draft. This is not a mock draft, okay? This is a real draft, real money on the line, real prize pot up for grabs with the Land Community League. Obviously, we've got the boy Sammy Stacks here with us. Sammy, how is the week treating you so far? How is it so far? Is it good? Is it lovely? Is it terrible? What is the vibe so far with today?
Zach, the Mondays are dead. You know why? Because we get to draft a real league tonight.
That's right.
Mondays are now the best day of the week. I love Monday. Doesn't get any better than Monday.
I
so
agree.
we're here. I'm pumped up for this, and can't wait to break cinnamon.
Can't wait to break cinnamon probably 100,000 times. I will also say that I was really enjoying March Madness, and then Virginia lost, and now I just don't really care.
That's how it goes, eh?
I'll probably watch the Final Four, and honestly, it's been so fun. There's been so many buzzer beaters. So that's been kind of fun to watch. But I mean, at this point, I'm not that big. I'm a huge NBA guy, not as big on college basketball. Now I just have no rooting interest, so I don't really know who to even go for. I just don't really care about any of the teams left that much.
Yeah, I'm not. I've never been much of a huge basketball guy at all. I make a bracket every year, but I have no idea what I'm doing.
I make a bracket every year, and I enter that thing with confidence, as if I know anything about it at all whatsoever. And almost 100 times out of 100, I know nothing. But I guess that's probably the majority of the world, isn't it?
I imagine it is. I did have High Point though, so
okay,
kudos
there you
to
go.
me.
So you knew what you were doing. What's up, guys? Let us know who we're hanging out with. What's up, Travis? Joel in the building. Travis says, I want to see Zach or Sammy draft one of these Mondays and one of these land drafts. We were just having a conversation. Last Thursday night, I did a stream doing an auction draft. I'd never done an auction draft before. And let me tell you, I learned a lot in that first mock draft. And it gave me the itch. I really want to get into a draft, but I don't want to manage a league, so I'm not sure what to do. What's up, Tin Man? Welcome in. What's up, Joel? Our commish for today's league. Casanova is here. We've got Sparrow. We've got Lou in the building. Randy is here. Randy, Dan, J.K. Blaine. We got Rick. What's happening, Rick? What's up, Don? What's up, Don? How we going? What's up, Albert in the building? Jeb's in the building. Easy in the building. Mike, Steven, what's up, bro? What's up, Styles? What's good, Mills? What's up, everybody? Welcome in. We've got a real draft for you on tap today. Again, this is our Aries League, and we're about to draft in the Aries League. Shout out to everybody here in this league. We got some great community members here. However, we want to start today's stream. We'll start the draft in about 7 minutes. We want to start today's stream by acknowledging a tweet that was sent out into the world today.
Ooh, yeah.
And I don't really know what to do with this, because I really like Chris Sims as a person. But it's been multiple years of me being really frustrated at what exactly I'm looking at when these come out. So in order to not be rude, I'm going to let you start here. And
let me be rude, yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and tell me what you think about Chris Sims' initial wide receiver rankings?
It's funny. I quote tweeted Chris Sims, and I was like, Denzel Boston, okay. I know that he really liked Brian Thomas Jr. coming out. So he likes these kind of longer, more lanky receivers a lot of the time.
Athletic,
I know that was a big hit of him.
Yeah, good athletes, yeah.
I know that, Brian Thomas was his wide receiver 1, I think, in 2024, ahead of Marvin Harrison Jr., which this guy loves, contrarian take. That's his favorite thing in the world. He just, whether it's engagement farming, he's good at it, clearly. These tweets go, look, what was that, a million impressions on this thing in 5 hours? So Denzel Boston, okay, fine. Jordan Tyson, yeah. Injuries are a concern, but I get it. Chris Brazzell, exactly his type.
Yeah.
Darnell Tate, I'm like, I would have thought he would have been a little higher. And then I see Zachariah Branch at 5. And my head is spinning.
Yeah.
I don't get
it. It's interesting. I mean, I don't even know how to digest this. The worst part is people. And this is just the reality of living in the content world. You're going to get some stuff wrong. And honestly, Sam, I feel like I'm to a point, people sometimes hate me because I'm a contrarian, where they're like, no, you have, like, this isn't consensus. This isn't what everyone thinks. And I'm like, yeah, but I have my own opinion. So, like,
Yeah,
I'm
like
trying.
how dare you have Luther Burden over Tedero McMillan?
Right, exactly. At this
Who was
time
your
last
quarterback
year.
one last year?
Quarterback one last year was Shador all the way up into the NFL draft, but I consistently said, I don't care about any of these quarterbacks.
Exactly.
But look, we've got people replying with his list last year, which was Kyle Williams ahead of Ted McMillan. I like Kyle Williams a lot. I liked Jalen Noel a lot. But,
day one difference makers. How many catches did Kyle Williams have in year one?
Bro, day one,
10?
I mean, day one, he offered at least 10 catches on a year.
Which is, it's pretty good. That's almost half a catch a game.
So right now,
or a little more than half a catch.
I think what I have the biggest issue with is, number one, no Mekhi Lemon top 5. Especially if you're going to put Branch. Like, if you want to have, like, a prototype that you don't like, and then you're like, no, well, Branch is top 5, but Mekhi's not. I'm just like, are we at all considering any historic analytics? Are we looking at how they contribute to an offense day one? That was really confusing to me because I feel like Mekhi Lemon is a far better version of what Branch is, and completely different players, completely different speeds.
I also
shiftiness.
I feel like this one liner he has at the top is a complete cop out.
What's the one liner?
This is a group where if the right guy gets drafted to the right team, they can be a starter fast.
Right.
Okay.
Which basically means
when
nothing.
is that? When is that not the case ever?
Right. Yeah, which basically means nothing. Yeah, Branch. I have been a notorious not that high on Branch guy. I don't think it's any secret. I don't hate Zachariah Branch. I just think he's a very limited player in a very limited role in the NFL. I've compared him to Tavon Austin a lot, as in the sense of Tavon Austin was super explosive and dynamic in college, but then when it came to the NFL, it wasn't really you couldn't do as much of that gadgety stuff. Compared him a little bit to Eddie Royal. I just think people are saying that Georgia held him back. I think Georgia utilized him exactly how he should be utilized. I don't think they held him back. I think they knew his weaknesses and very clearly built a game plan around those weaknesses to hide them, because very small catch radius, not a lot of experience winning downfield, a guy where you get the ball in his hands and things can happen. You're basically trying to simulate the run game through the air in a lot of ticky-tacky screen and short type of scenarios. So I have him at wide receiver 14 now, but to be honest, wide receiver 7 onwards is a very big tier. I don't really understand that. Other thing we need to talk about briefly before we jump into this draft is that Ty Simpson has been getting a lot of hype about being a first-round pick. Dan Orlovsky is kind of banging the table for him being the best quarterback in this draft. I think there's a lot of potential with him. I actually think he's underrated. I truthfully do believe when I look at a name like Ty Simpson, I do think there's an underrated nature to his game. I don't know why people aren't giving him any love. I don't think he's better than Fernando Mendoza, but I definitely think he could be a starter in the NFL. I compared him to Alex Smith a little bit, and I think there is some potential there, but I don't see him being better prospect than Mendoza, though. That's where I'm kind of hung up on a little bit.
I do think he goes in the first round, because
I could see it.
if there's a team considering him at the top of round 2, and there are these quarterback needy teams that there's some at the end of round run, Cleveland has that second pick, the Pittsburgh at 21, and then there's the teams at the top of the second who could use a quarterback. They're gonna do the Jackson Dart where they trade into the first round to get that 5th-year option. It's so valuable with this position. If he hits, it's obviously huge. So I do think he's a first-round pick come draft night. This type of prospect where there's zero rushing upside whatsoever.
Yeah.
And, 1-year starter, it just scares me. I think I'll end up fading him depending on where he ends up in rookie drafts, but
yeah. And I mean, to be fair, no one would have said last year that Jackson Dart was number 1 quarterback at this time of the year. So I don't want to completely
no, definitely not
say his opinion's invalid here. Obviously, he played in the NFL. I didn't. However, I just think Mendoza's a better prospect at this point in time.
Yeah. This take is he's in the 1% here. You know what, Zach? You never ran out of the back of the end zone, though. So props to you for that.
That's true. I never did that. I never did the biggest Shaqtin play in the NFL of all time. So I can at least hold my head high there. Okay, we do have a real draft tonight, guys. Appreciate y'all being here with us. Every single Monday, we're doing real drafts with the community. I can tell you that the Aries League, are you guys ready for this? Is a super flex, start 10, I believe a full point premium. Joel, can you confirm that? It looks like a full point premium at tight end.
Wow.
6-point passing touchdowns. Everybody has
the only way
2-minute pause on the clock for a trade if they want to negotiate a trade. So yeah, full point premium tight end. We'll probably see these tight ends go higher than usual. And it's a super flex real league. This is the Aries League. Now we are doing these drafts every single Monday. If you guys want to be a part of it, would love to have you be a part of it. Very, very simple way to be a part of it is by becoming a promo code LAND annual Mother Flocker member. All right, that's as simple as it gets. If you want to get into a real live league, in fact, if you're going to be a brand new member, you're thinking about joining here at some point in the near future, if you are not a member yet, you can get into the next league. The league that I'm about to announce right here, right now. You can guarantee a spot for yourself. The steps are very simple. You become an annual Mother Flocker member with code LAND, sync your Discord on the Flock site, then you'll unlock the LAN Leagues tab on our Discord, fill out the latest form, and then just DM me and I will absolutely fast track you into the next league. We just announced on the Discord, which you can only see this if you're a promo code LAND annual Mother Flocker member and you've synced your Discord, right? But we just announced the Athena League. The Athena League just dropped. This is a league that we'll be drafting in next week. It also is going to be our code word for tonight's giveaway. And Rick already knew. Rick, before I even announced what the code word is, Rick knew. He knew what was about to happen here.
He's on it.
He's on top of it. So that is going to be an easy transition to tell you about the giveaway we're doing today. I'm giving away one of my live team playbooks on today's stream. All you have to do to enter is simply like today's stream. That's step 1. And step 2 is to type Athena in the chat. Those 2 steps will officially enter you in to today's giveaway. We will be doing the drawing for the Athena League, all right, on Thursday night. On Thursday night, we will draw spots for that league. And I'm considering making it an auction draft because I had so much fun.
Ooh.
I don't know for sure, but I'm considering doing it as an auction draft, okay? And I might be a part of it. I don't know. It's very 50-50 at this moment, but definitely want you guys to have a chance to get in that league. In fact, Sammy and I were kind of throwing around the idea of like joining a league together and doing an auction draft because I just had so much fun with it. Will that be this week? I don't know. Maybe it'll be next week.
The tease of all teases.
I am teasing people a little bit here, aren't I? But we'd love for you guys to have a chance to be a part of the next league. Exactly what you're going to see today. You can be a part of that next week. But yeah, appreciate y'all big time. Let's go ahead and let's jump into this league. Joel, you can start the clock off for us. Again, super flex, full point tight end premium here. There'll be 90 seconds on the clock. Real league, real money on the line, which means we have to do our best to implement Code Cinnamon. Okay, Code Cinnamon is very simple. This is a real draft. So we want to do our best not to talk about the players that are not drafted yet, just because we don't want to remind someone like, hey, this player's available, and then they get drafted right ahead of someone else who was already, had them in their queue. So be cautious of Code Cinnamon. We all know the rules here. I can do it as much as I want because, I'm the big dog here, okay? I own the place.
I'm the little dog.
But we have to put some rules on this for Sammy. So Sammy, you only have, how many strikes should we give Sammy? Let us know in the chat. And do you have a feeling? Do you have an urge to do Code Cinnamon? Because sometimes I wonder, Sammy, if you're just like, you know what? I just want to cause a controversy. I just want to start. I just want to start.
I think I'm trying to see. I think I'm trying to see how far I can push it because the chat's. We're getting a little boy who cried wolf here. Am I ever gonna actually be punished? I don't know. Probably not.
I don't know. I don't actually know myself. Maybe I'll leave it up to the chat's hands. Maybe we should do the cinnamon challenge for you.
Honestly, I think it's fun. I think that'd be funny. as long as I like have somebody watching me to make sure I don't croak on live streams. JSN goes 101, highest paid wide receiver in NFL history.
That's right. Highest paid receiver in NFL history.
It was coming. We knew it was coming.
We all knew that. Yeah, exactly. What was it? Total 148?
I thought it was 161.
Or 168. Sorry. Yeah, this is from Adam Schefter.
Yeah, it was
here.
42 a year. Mm-hmm. Which is, I mean, dude. The funny thing, I saw two of my leagues this morning. News comes in, puts him on the trade block. I'm like, dude.
Everyone's like, how can I sell high on this situation? Yeah, I mean, this guy's celebrating something for his career, and then instantly people in Dynasty are like, okay, how do I take advantage of this?
At least, like, as if this has him gain any value. Like, we knew he was going to be.
Right. He was already wide receiver 1. He was already top 6 pick. It's hard to go much higher than that. Okay, so in the first 5 picks, 1 quarterback goes off the board. That's Drake.
Shout out Billy, by the way. Billy in the league.
Yeah, Billy.
Love to see it.
If you guys don't know, Billy is easiest way to say this is when Fantasyland, Dynastyland began, the first person who decided to support ever was Billy. Okay, so Billy is a good lad in my mind. He's always going to get my love and my respect. Constant supporter of the land community. We've got Bijan at the 103, Gibbs at the 104, and Puka at the 105. No surprises here so far.
Do we want to flash the trade up that happened, Zach?
Oh, was there a trade? Yeah, you know what?
Seems like NJ shot up the board here.
I do see a trade here. Okay, so this is the trade that happened before the draft in the startup. So NJ Casanova got the 112. He sent away the 210 and 2 future first-round picks. Casanova is building a rep of being really aggressive in these startups. And I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying he's building a rep for himself. He's a broke money, don't make none type of player is what it seems like.
I'm very interested to see who ends up going at the 112 and who ends up falling to the 210 and talking about if those 2 players are 2 firsts apart.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I am very intrigued to see what the outcome is. Remember, full point premium, guys. So wide receivers get 1 point per reception. Tight ends get 2 points per reception. I think we've done this math before. McBride would have scored, I think, 26 points per game in this scoring format last year.
Yeah, so, more than Puka, probably more than like Josh Allen, honestly.
It seems crazy, but
I really think this is too low.
Yeah.
Genuinely, like when you think about it like this, it's not only that they're scoring more points than anybody else. Everybody has to start one.
Right.
Everybody has to start a tight end, and you have this insane advantage over tight end 12 when you have McBride or Bowers, right? So
logically, it adds up. It's just I think we all find it so difficult to hit draft on a tight end in the first round. But logically, that makes all the sense in the world.
And honestly, like I think this is why I don't love this format. Look, it's a ton of fun to play around with it or whatever. But just having to completely contort the way that I think about a league because the tight ends are so overpowered, it's difficult. It's difficult. Yeah, Rick in the chat saying Stafford was first overall in points per game. McBride was second.
Wait, Stafford was first?
6 point per passing touchdown.
I don't think
he went nuts.
I don't think Stafford, even in a 6 point passing touchdown, I don't think Stafford would be the quarterback 1 though. That doesn't sound right.
It doesn't.
Although
sound
Rick
right.
is very on top of things. Full point premium tennis. Styles, you just committed code cinnamon. All right. Let's all publicly point the finger at Styles and say, how dare you? Although, to be honest, the player that he's mentioning might not even be drafted by the time we're going to Playbooks.
I don't think he will be, honestly, Zach. I don't think he will be.
Oh my gosh. Malik Neighbors goes at the 110 there. And I just want to know that Malik Neighbors is going to be ready week 1. That's all I really want to know before it's wheels up for him.
It's scary right now, isn't it?
It's a little bit scary. I'm not going to lie. Rick says, spoonful of cinnamon for code cinnamon breakers. 3 strikes and you're out. Might have to have you sign a waiver or something.
Yeah, honestly. I mean... What else do we got?
What's up, Steven? Welcome in. Brizzleton in the building. Trying to keep up with you guys here in the chat. Let's see. Steven says Georgia held back Pickens, but everyone could still tell he's good at football. No one's saying that about Branch at the same level, which is fair. What's up, FR? We are in the building. Welcome here, man. Ashton Genty at the 111 there. And to Joel, just a note, let's change that clock to 1.5 minutes instead of 2. Let's change that to 90 seconds. Ashton Genty at the 111 here. So this is Casanova's second pick. Casanova, sorry. Yes, he went Bijan. Man, I got to be honest. That's an aggressive move, man. That's an aggressive move to move, because I'm just realizing you lost 2 future firsts and you only moved up about
10 spots.
Yeah. NJ is never afraid to take his own lane, right? I do love that he's a little bit of a pioneer in that sense, but what would your assessment of the trade be?
I think that whoever lands at 210 is going to be not 2 firsts removed from CD Lamb is what I would say.
Yeah, that's unfortunately where my mindset is right now as well. J.K. Blaine starting off with Lamar Jackson. Jeb was starting with Ashton Genty. What I would love in my ideal world, again, I'm just going back to like the auction draft idea and like me being a part of it. What I would love in an ideal world, and I don't think it's fair for me to ask this of anyone, but if someone were to get into a league and they just maybe wanted me to draft for them, let's just say that hypothetically, okay? Hypothetically, we do an auction draft here in the future. That's a real draft. And then someone says, Zach, I want you to draft for me. I'm not going to say no if we do the auction draft route here, okay? So I'm just saying, I'm not going to tell you now. I can't promise you what the league's going to look like for you after I draft in it, but I'm just saying I'm open to that idea.
I can't promise you it's going to go well, but I'll do it.
You guys are willing. Can't promise things are going to look good, but I am willing and able. Okay. Lamar Jackson off the board at the 201. Genty here. First pick for Jeb. Full point premium. And he goes Ashton Genty to begin. Now, based off of ADP for all of our real drafts, I was going to say this is probably where the first pick comes off the board for the 2026 class. On average, out of 4 drafts we've done, the 101 is the 201 on average. So for the 202 is right there in that wheelhouse. It's honestly between Jackson and Genty, it's always a back and forth between those 3 names.
I mean, Zach, the no quarterback movement is a little nuts, isn't it?
Yes. I mean,
2
at this
quarterbacks
point,
in the first round. Josh Allen at the 107.
3 in the first 14 picks.
Dalcho right now is like, you know that like Breaking Bad meme where the security guard just like falls on the pile of money?
Yeah.
That's Dalcho right now.
It's like, watch me build I'm about to build the most nasty team. Take advantage of all of y'all. Josh Allen at the 107 someone should be arrested. One of you guys here should probably be arrested. Okay. Joel says F them quarterbacks.
That's how it goes, man. That's just how it goes.
Bobby says
2026, the year of the no quarterback.
Auctions is weak sauce. Auctions are incredibly fun, man. Auctions are incredibly fun. The waivers work the exact same. The only thing that changes styles in an auction league is the draft. That's the only thing that's different.
It's just how you build the team. And me personally, like I've done several auction startups. It's just there's so much more flexibility to how you build your roster, right? I know that there's obviously a lot more. I think there is an increased amount of flexibility in a slow like startup draft as opposed to a fast one, just because you have more time to trade, right? The time constraint is a big thing on limiting trades. But in a auction, dude, if you want to freaking fade the first 3 rounds of players and just build a bunch of depth, sure. If you want to get 3 top names and then I saw somebody in the auction draft that you had on Thursday had like 4 top names and then had $2 left. So there's all these different types of ways.
Though. I feel like no one knew what they were doing in that auction
but
draft.
there's so many different ways. There's so many different ways to build, right? And you just have that. You have that flexibility in an auction, and it is a lot of fun.
I had more fun doing that auction mock draft than I've had doing any draft in the past, maybe outside the Flock League, in the past multiple years, honestly.
Yeah, because you're just stuck in one spot in a snake draft. You can move around a little bit with trades and stuff, but
yeah. Okay, yeah. I realize this is going to sound really silly to a lot of people, but I need to clarify because last week on this draft, I had someone comment, and I'm not joking when I say this. Their comment was, I can't take your league seriously. There's no way a kicker should go as high as the 202. Okay? I'm not making that up. That was a real comment last week on the stream.
Zach, you know what people do? This is the thing. I found this out. People do snake drafts, and then you know what they do for the rookie draft? They just do the reverse order.
Yeah.
Which, like J.K. Blaine would get the 101,
is ridiculous.
Which is just insane.
Genuinely ridiculous. Makes no sense at all whatsoever. So, I know it's going to sound silly, but to clarify, I'm not going after anyone who doesn't know why the kicker's there. I'm going after the person who's so confidently wrong. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because there's so many of those people on YouTube who are so confidently loud and wrong, and they just if you don't understand something, just ask a question. You know what I mean? But the kicker is there because they're representing rookie picks. Okay, so the 202 is actually being drafted as the 101 in the 2026 rookie draft, and every kicker from here on out will represent a rookie pick. I'm not belittling anyone who's asking a question about that. I'm belittling the person who came on the stream last week and said, left a comment and said, what a joke. This league is stupid. You're stupid. How could you guys draft kickers as high? So that's the guy I'm making fun of, just to be very, very clear. I'm not ashamed at all to say it. I'm definitely making fun of you if you come back and watch the stream. Just want you to know that, okay? All right?
Yeah, you specifically.
Yeah, exactly.
You.
I'm talking to you.
Feel silly.
You need to feel stupid. Oh my gosh. Dalcho just started a draft with Josh Allen and Jaden Daniels, and he didn't trade up to do it. It's gone too far. Okay? It's gone too far.
Way too far.
I can't stand.
It can't see what far is. That's how far it is. It's gone so far past far that it's it's on another planet, Zach. This is insane.
Wild.
Prop Top Killa gets the Chase Burrow stack.
Oh my goodness gracious. It's funny because you look at the Chase Burrow stack and you say that shouldn't be possible. But that's not even the same stratosphere when you look at a Daniels Allen start. I haven't seen a Daniels Allen start ever.
Zach, that's my first and third overall player.
I don't think you could have done that the year Jaden Daniels was drafted as a rookie. I don't think that was possible.
Yeah, no, he was like a 1-2 turn pick.
Oh my gosh. The hate's gone too far. The hate's gone absolutely too far. But again, you guys are going to do what you guys are going to do, and we're just going to sit here and react to it. So we get Nico Collins and Puka Nacua off the board here at the 208 and the 105, and I cannot imagine that. I don't know what quarterback's available, but I cannot imagine Nico Collins is more valuable than whatever quarterback's available right now. I could be wrong.
This seems way higher than his ADP that over the last little bit. And you know what, Zach? You don't even have to check. I got you.
Yes.
All right.
I gave Sammy access to our real draft ADP here.
So his ADP was 305.
Okay, so typically 305.
Okay, it's not crazy, but yeah, that's over the last 4 drafts.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to answer some questions because a couple people are asking how they could maybe get into a draft like this. So
hit it.
I'll let you guys know. There's a couple people asking this question. We do real drafts every Monday night. Every Monday night, there's a real draft, and you guys can be a part of it. For people who are brand new members, they get fast-tracked, so a guaranteed spot into a new league. But anybody who's an existing member who's already in a league, they can enter every new Monday if they want to join a brand new league. It's very simple. Very, very simple. All you have to do is become an annual Mother Flocker member using the code LAND. Okay? Once you've done that, sync your Discord to the Flock site. Very simple. Okay? So on the Flock Fantasy site, sync your Discord. You're going to unlock the LAN Leagues tab on our Discord and then simply enter the form that is latest there. So the most latest form that we've just released is for the Athena League, okay? And that is the one that's drafting this time next week. And if you decide to become a brand new member, please DM me. I will absolutely fast track you and guarantee you a spot into the next league. So you can check out the link in the pinned comment, by the way, if you're interested. Okay. So no disrespect to Durango. Love him. Very big part of our community. But I am a little shocked to see a couple things unfold right in front of our eyes. Number one, to see Collins ahead of London, Hampton, Achan. I'm not surprised to see him ahead of Taylor. I said number one, but those were all my points. So, it's just surprising. That's all I'm saying.
Number one, I'm shocked. Number two, I'm still shocked.
And look, Jaden Daniels, I just don't think should ever be a second round pick.
No, I completely agree.
I'm just shocked the way that this has gone. Like, I don't think there's a single league in Superflex. Genuinely. I'm being honest when I say this, guys. I don't think there's a single league in Superflex where I have Jaden Daniels and you can send me Justin Jefferson for him. No. You can send me a Monra for him. You can send me the 101 and I'll give you Jaden Daniels and Superflex. No. Ashton Genty. No. Not a chance. I'm sorry. I don't think there's a world that exists where I accept that trade. I think way too many people in these startups, I understand like the trends are changing, but I don't think people are being honest about how they value players in Superflex. They're just drafting because everybody else is drafting a certain way. And I don't disagree with what people are doing. Like, if everyone's going to let quarterbacks fall, you can let them fall and get a great discount.
Yeah.
But there's just not a chance.
Here's what I understand.
Do that.
What? Jaden Daniels at the 2-6. What do we project Jaden Daniels to do for the next 3 years? Because unless
if he stays healthy, I project a top 6 cornerback finish every single year at minimum.
So is that what this is? Is this just people being worried about injuries?
Has to be. Why else? Why else would you?
Gosh, that's
why
what
else
I don't
would
understand.
you? I don't understand why you would let him fall.
Yeah, I think like this is, to me, this is buying Lamar Jackson at 25 years old.
Has Jaden Daniels ever played a full season in his life? I'm just going to remind you guys, we're 1 year removed from Jaden Daniels leading a Washington Commanders team to the NFC Championship game.
What are we talking about?
The discourse on Daniels is crazy, dude. I feel like I'm going crazy. I feel like I'm losing my mind.
Brother, he played 17 games last year and then played 3 in the playoffs.
We've got people talking about him being 25 years old as a reason to disvalue him. I don't know what y'all... Look, I love everybody part of this community, but some of y'all, I mean... Sorry, Jaden Daniels is 25 and that concerns you?
Somebody's saying that the Commanders should have taken Drake May. What does that have to do with Jaden Daniels' dynasty value? If any, maybe he's not saying it does, but somebody saying he dislocated his elbow, he will never be able to throw left-handed again. That's a good one. I like that.
That's actually fair. Maybe Jaden Daniels is a huge buy right now. But apparently Jaden Daniels is unk.
I mean, I know that people are down on him, but I think it's gone.
Apparently 25 is old for a quarterback now, by the way.
Yeah, no, that has to be a troll.
Oh my gosh. Maybe it's time to go offer Jaden Daniels, guys.
Zach, we talk about the domain movement. We talk about it tongue in cheek sometimes, but they have Jaden in their respective rankings at 13 and 15.
Okay, so back into the first.
No, early second.
Right. Back. So sorry, I meant like 1-2 turn.
The 1-2 turn. Yeah, exactly. So this is.
I just don't agree at all, but love them. Don't agree at all.
And this is a few picks after that, obviously, but Dalcho is doing cartwheels right now.
You want to know what Jaden Daniels has to do to be a top 6 pick in Superflex leagues next year? Stay healthy. That's what he has to do.
Yeah, that's it. That's literally it.
That's all he has to do. And if we can't contextualize the year that Jaden Daniels just had, I don't know what to do. Like, if you can't contextualize the offensive line, no run game, Terry McLaurin never being healthy on that team, I just don't know what to say. I mean, the guy brought Washington, the worst team in the NFL in the last 15 years. Maybe the Browns compete with that. And as a rookie, he brought them to the NFC Championship game. With De'Ami Brown as wide receiver 2. But he's 25 years old, so I guess, be careful, guys.
And he's hurt, and he's never played a full season, besides last year.
Besides when he was a rookie, he's never played a full season. He's only played a full season 50% of his seasons.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. I'm excited to see what Dalcho does to add on to it here.
Yes, I mean, he's building a monster.
Here's my other question, and I hate to go back to NJ Casanova here, but we haven't fully addressed it.
Yes.
So is CeeDee Lamb 2 firsts better than Devon Achane?
No. I think Casanova probably would recognize in hindsight that it might not have been the right move, but I don't know. I think he might regret it right now. At the same time, Casanova is one of those people who are like not afraid to hear what you have to say. I'm going to do my own thing. I respect what you got to say, but I made my move. It's tough because I feel like CeeDee Lamb is one of those players I'm trying to tear down from. So that's what makes it tougher for me. And the idea of getting HN and 2 firsts for CeeDee Lamb is just,
Now, if he sent
that's a
HN
dreamland, which is basically what happened here.
If he sent HN and 2 firsts for Jaden Daniels, maybe I could stomach it a little better.
Yeah. I agree. I'm not going to engage with the chat anymore because I am genuinely close to actually going off on people, and I don't want to do that. I love all you guys. So let's just agree to disagree because there are some of the most ridiculous takes in the chat right now. Genuinely. Like, I love all y'all so much, but there are genuinely some of the most ridiculous takes out there in the chat right now. I'm not even going to address them because some of you guys are insane.
Let's focus on on something more positive. The fact that Joel Verse is just speaking my language right now.
What's he doing?
Look at him. Look at this draft. Look at this team he's putting together.
It's pretty hot.
It is hot.
Jalen Hurts at the 309 is nice. Patrick Mahomes at the 307.
My God.
Trevor Lawrence at the 312. You love to see it. I'm a Commanders fan. I'm also just like logically thinking about.
Guys, this has nothing to do with any sort of fandom. It's the guy was. This is insane. This is absolute. I am floored. He was the quarterback 5 last year, averaged over 50 rushing yards a game as a rookie, and he's getting drafted at the 2-6.
I don't know what to say. I don't want to get into it because
it has nothing to do with what team he's on.
And okay, last thing I'm gonna say. This whole narrative that, and again, I don't really want to get into this that much, but this narrative that Jaden was bad last year is like truly so dumbfounding to me, and it's based in zero logic whatsoever. Like this idea that Jaden was bad last year. No, he was bad last year. I'm sorry. Based on what? Did you watch any of the games? Are you looking at any of the analytics behind the screen? No, he was not bad last year. That's just a false statement. He was not healthy.
You're talking about
That's right. He wasn't healthy. He was not bad last year. It's genuinely ridiculous to say that. It's not founded in any true logic.
There's no. It's not like this is, like, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is concern that this isn't his job. Like, I can't understand that whatsoever. But if some people are thinking that that's the case, I mean, I don't. To me, it's similar to the Jalen Hurts thing. Like I don't get how we don't expect.
Yeah.
Like it's like 2025 has completely wiped our memory of anything previous to it.
Oftentimes that's the case. Yeah.
Like that's all that we can remember is 2025, which is why I would wonder, like, why is Lamar Jackson going 5 picks ahead of him?
Yeah. I mean,
right.
No one's talking about how Lamar Jackson went too high or too low, and we're talking about Jaden Daniels being 25 years old. And quote unquote bad last year. Sure. He was bad last year. Yeah. Okay. He was, and with all due respect, don't take this the wrong way, guys, but if you are genuinely out there and your opinion is Jaden Daniels was bad last year, you are stuck in a bubble of fantasy football. You're not living in a real world. I'm sorry. You can say he was bad for fantasy football because he wasn't available. When he was playing, he was good, but he was not bad.
Some people traded Puka Nacua for him and Drake London. You know, and these things happen, right? And I think that maybe some people in the chat were drafted Jaden Daniels in the 3rd round and are feeling a little sad about it. I don't know.
Some people did, unfortunately. And mistakes were made, things happened, and we moved past them, unfortunately. You know, you can't live in the past. Ted McMillan at the 303. A little bit more reasonable for him in my mind. I thought Loveland at the 302 was a pretty good price.
This is the second week in a row in a
premium.
In a big tight end premium that Loveland goes like at his normal, like close to his normal ADP.
Like, no disrespect to Bowers or McBride, but if I knew I could get Loveland in the 3rd round, I wouldn't touch those guys in the 1st.
Loveland's ADP is the 308, and in a 1-point premium, he's going at the 3.2. And I think those other leagues, there was a 175, and the other 2 were half points.
Yeah. So Casanova starts his draft. He gets the Dak CeeDee Lamb stack.
I love the Dart value.
Dart at the 310 is ridiculous. Yeah, like some of these quarterback values are actually stupid. Like, I think there's a real disconnect right now. And look, people aren't going to like what I have to say about this because very clearly people have different philosophies. But I think there's a huge disconnect right now with the way people draft and the way they value players once the draft is over. Like, truthfully, right now, the way people are drafting in startups, I get it to an extent. I really do. Like, there's definitely a happy medium, but
for me, it's. I feel like anytime I'm in a startup, the balance that I get is I find that the contending assets, when I look at my rankings, I feel myself pushing them down and favoring the younger assets, which might be in the same tier. But the guys that we're talking about falling here don't apply to that at all.
Right.
Dude, I don't know.
Will says Daniels is so hard to trade out of. He's very unliquid. I do not agree at all whatsoever.
Keep him and win your league.
There's not a single league I'm in where people are not very interested in Jaden Daniels. Like, I just don't agree with that statement at all. But maybe we're playing in very different leagues.
The thing is that in my leagues where I have him, I'm not trying to sell him, so I don't really know what the market is. You know,
very much a player that you're going to have to pay up for in any league I'm a part of. So I don't agree with the idea that Jaden Daniels isn't liquid. I mean, I would heavily disagree with that notion.
I would imagine he's very hard to trade for. I would 100%. Think that the Jaden Daniels owner doesn't want to Doesn't want to move off him.
No
Maybe
way.
it's I think there's a lot of psychology that we don't really discuss very much.
Sure.
But if you drafted Jaden Daniels as like the 104, right, in 2024, you feel like you really hit on that pick last year and now you don't want to move him. Or if you drafted him at the 101
In a rookie
last
draft is
offseason.
what you're saying.
104 in a rookie draft or the 101 in startups last offseason, right?
Yeah.
Now you're like, okay, I don't want to take a value loss, so he's hard to move. But here, there's no preconceived value attached to him.
Yeah.
And so, but yeah, some of the names that went ahead of him, I can't see a world in which you don't want that hammer long-term quarterback. But, to each his own. We'll see. I'm excited to see if Dalcho win the league this year.
Sorry, Cameron's comment was actually hilarious because I know what he's saying when he says this. Like, he's saying, I'm convinced the people in the chat right now are the people commenting on the live games in Sleeper. I don't know if you guys know, but like in Sleeper, you can comment on things that happen. And it's always,
like, who does this?
I no, genuinely, because there's this theory out there that like the internet doesn't exist. It's all like,
yeah.
I don't know
it's
what the theory is called.
Like, I'm like, who is watching these streamers for 8 hours a day?
It's like AI has actually replaced people online, but we don't realize it. Sometimes I think about that theory a lot. And one instant in particular I think about it is the Sleeper app, where people are actively commenting on things and going back and forth at each other on a topic in the Sleeper app. Do you know what I mean? It's the dead internet theory. That's right. Like that is one of the moments where I thought to myself, I could buy it because there's just not a chance I'm going to be on Sleeper going back and forth arguing with someone over a game on Sleeper. Like, I could see people doing it on Twitter because it like makes more sense and it's like more common. I don't know, like maybe I'm crazy, but
sometimes I see like it's like there'll be news and then it's like it's like 1,000 comments a second,
right?
And I'm like, what is anybody getting out of this?
Yeah, like it's just like bang, 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 and your comment's gone in 3 seconds. Like,
yeah,
what did you?
And you can't even read
to?
anything that's coming in because it's going so fast.
I don't know. Anyway, okay, let's talk about the draft thus far through 4 rounds. Who do you guys think is the best value? Who do you guys think is the worst value? Would love to hear from you guys here in the chat. And I'll go to Sammy first. Who do you think will be the best value so far?
Look, we've beaten the Jaden Daniels horse.
No, I thought
way past
way
death
overdrafted at the 206. I mean, to be fair, he is 25 years old. Sammy,
you could have taken Nico Collins there, you could have taken Nico
for sure.
I'm gonna say 3.9, 3.10. Hurts and Dart going there, after Herbert, Mahomes, Purdy. Love the values on those guys. I think worst value, I didn't notice this at the time. Oh, that's tough. I think, gosh, I don't want to be this guy. I think I'm going to say JT.
I thought that.
JT at the 211, I think.
You want to talk about players that are hard to sell? Go try and sell Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, I think you need a flexible contender to be able to trade for Jonathan Taylor at the moment. I just worry about regression from the Colts. He's 27 years old. A bit ahead of ADP here. If I look at where he's been going, Jonathan Taylor is the 401
as well. Wait, is that consensus?
401 was his ADP.
Right. In our real drafts, that's his ADP, right?
The last 4, 401.
401. And there's not like some
so a round ahead.
Like premium for running backs or anything here. So yeah, that's where my mind went as far as worst value. Best value, I thought Dart instantly. I also am going to say Egbuka. I thought Egbuka would go higher than this.
Good value on Egbuka, yeah.
And honestly, even the 102 I thought was a pretty good value. Excuse me. Like, no disrespect to Dak Prescott, but I don't think. And again, I just don't think there's a league where I would send Dak or send the 102 for Dak Prescott. Even if I'm competing, I would probably want to buy him for like the 105.6 somewhere around there.
NJ did famously trade away his 2 first-round picks.
So he has to go all in. I get that. Like, he has to be in a position where he's got to really go all in right now. There's no reason for him not to compete. But yeah.
And then Well, Zach, the 102 did fall, but also Brandon Aubrey. I mean, best kicker in the league going at the 4-4.
Yeah.
That's a
And this is a kicker league. Kickers get a 20-point premium. Jokes. Just to answer reverse here, he says, all right, so after subbing with code LAN, what do you guys do? Let me show this again. Take a screenshot, guys. If you want to get into a league, there might be a lot of people out there curious about how to get into a league. Take a screenshot of this exactly right here. This is the step-by-step way to get into a league. All right? Become a promo code LAND annual Mother Flocker member. That's step 1. Step 2, sync your Discord. That will allow you to find the LAN Leagues tab on our Discord. And again, if you go to the Discord, and let me just link our Discord here so you can join it if you haven't yet. But in our Discord, under the LAN tab, when you become, by the way, you can see this graphic in Join LAN League section here, and it explains it all. But when you become a LAN Annual Mother Flocker member and you sync your Discord on the Flock site, you'll unlock this tab, and there's the form right there that you fill out. It's available for you. There's a new link every single Monday. And if you're a brand new member, just DM me on Discord. This is me, okay? DM me on Discord, and I will absolutely fast track you into the next league, the Athena League. I'll guarantee you a spot. You can check out the link in the pinned comment. Let me know if you guys have questions. Okay, so one thing I wanted to say, and I love J.K. Blaine. I love the trade he made recently, but I think Jordan Love's a terrible value at the 412. I got to be honest. I'm not a Jordan Love guy.
Yeah, that's too high for me.
I did not like the Jordan Love pick. I also didn't like it because you already have Lamar Jackson and then you have Goff as well. So I feel like from a team building perspective, I would have tried to go a different direction. I also don't think Love was a value there at the 412, especially the way people are drafting quarterbacks in this league, the way that they're falling. I just am not a Love guy. I've been team sell
There was
Jordan
a crazy
Love.
run, though.
Yeah, you're right. From the 307 to the 403, it's pretty
yeah,
wild.
exactly. An insane. So maybe JK sees, them coming off the board and is like, if I don't get 2 here, they're going to be gone.
It's weird because he already has 3 though now. Like
now he has 3. He didn't need to take 2, I don't think. But
maybe he's got a plan.
You know what? Sometimes it's good to trust that he's got a plan. I completely agree with that. What else are we? Rashee Rice, this is the highest I think we've seen him go. His ADP was the 601
in all of our real drafts, right?
Yeah. So, and here
you're not really allowing yourself to mitigate any risk by taking him there, I don't think.
This is true.
A lot of people had issues with me being how high I was on Garrett Wilson in my dynasty rankings. I'm just curious. I know it'll sound silly, like I'm not being facetious when I say this or whatever, but does anybody feel better about Garrett Wilson today than they did when I did that wide receiver rankings video, which was, I don't know, maybe like
pre-Geno?
Yeah, pre-Geno Smith, right? I have him at 11. And my rationale behind it was it's the same idea behind Olave. We have always known how talented these two guys are. They just need someone to consistently deliver them the ball. So to me, with Garrett Wilson, I just feel like I'm not willing to devalue him because I think he can have a season like Olave just had where, he gets right around that 17, 18. Honestly, I think Wilson could score over 20 points per game in the right scenario. I really do.
Agreed.
I think he's actually more talented than Olave. And I think Geno Smith is a huge upgrade. Is it Aaron Rodgers? No, it's not Aaron Rodgers, but I think it's a massive upgrade. It's probably the best quarterback that the Jets have had since Aaron Rodgers, and before that, maybe since Geno Smith. So I think it is a big upgrade. Do you know what I mean? Like, I do think it's a big upgrade.
I think it's good. They're gonna try to replace him. Like that's the thing. Like it's gonna be good it's gonna be a little better for a year, I think. And then the Jets probably take a rookie, and who knows how that goes. Yeah. And Garrett Wilson's going to be 26 when the season starts.
Yeah.
Like he's getting dangerously close to, the age cliff where it starts being a situation of he's never gaining value
Jaden Daniels
again.
is 25.
Well, there you go. Exactly. So Garrett Wilson must be really old. Yeah. So I think that there's a big clump from like Nico Collins to, at like my wide receiver 10 all the way down to like T Higgins at wide receiver 18. Like,
Right,
I think that there is a big clump there. Garrett Wilson I have at 16. I just prefer the upside of some of the other guys. There's also a lot of smoke of them taking somebody at 16 overall in the draft. You spread out those targets a little bit more.
Yep.
Geno just looked so bad last year, and I know that the Raiders were a disaster, but this is not the.
I think I'm comfortable to say the Raiders were like the worst team.
Yeah, it couldn't have been much worse. The offensive line was
easily.
a disaster. Brock Bowers was hurt, and he was like the only good weapon they had. The Jets do have a good offensive line.
Yep.
I think that I'll be probably at market on him for redraft. I just think that, and I have him as my 40th overall player. So this 4-6 is just about right for me.
I think it's a good pick there, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay. So we get another rookie pick off the board, which means we're now up to, I believe, the 104. Yes. So the 104 was just selected by Crop Top Killer at the 507, meaning he wants the 104 over names like Brian Thomas, Luther Burden, Christian McCaffrey, Breece Hall. It doesn't seem crazy to me, though. Like, that seems pretty on par. I actually would say the 104 might be a value there.
I think it's a value. Especially since you're getting it after like Jordan Love and Jared Goff, which is where I would have Fernando Mendoza coming out, is like right after Dak. So the fact that at worst it's Fernando Mendoza and maybe it's a Jordan Tyson. Also, Billy has redeemed himself with the 511.
Now all of a sudden, Sammy's going to take back everything he said about Billy's draft, and this is the draft of dreams for Billy here with Brian Thomas at the 5.
I'm hopping on the Billy train.
You know what I will say, I've got a video upcoming, and I can't reveal too much
I
yet.
swear, if you're talking smack about BTJ, dude, I might report the video, honestly.
I think you might like it. I don't know. I mean, I can't guarantee. But
I'm tingling.
Let's just say there's a video coming out, and Brian Thomas does fit the criteria of what I'm looking to take a shot on based off of this video.
Oh,
I don't want to reveal
Zach,
too much.
That is making me feel all kinds of things in all the right places.
I don't want to reveal too much just yet. However, I will show you guys a very quick little look about what I'm cooking up right here.
Ooh.
So you guys can see it. I'm not going to explain any of this. I'll explain it in an upcoming video. But all this is going to be revealed and more very, very soon. So I'm going to leave it at that and kind of leave it as a teaser for Monday's video. All I will say is Brian Thomas fits the criteria of a player that I probably am interested in buying this offseason.
Way ahead of you, brother.
He's like, I've been on the train.
I am the train. I'm the conductor of the train. I'm Tom Hanks in the Polar Express. That's what I am.
You're Thomas the Tank Engine.
Dude, I might as well be. Choo choo. Hop on.
Really like Joel's draft, by the way, so far. Huge fan of the way he's building this out. Jalen Hurts at the 309. Again, not to pile on JK.
Oh my gosh.
Not to pile on, but Love at the 412, it looks even worse now that we're almost back to him. And no other quarterback has come off the board.
That's the 102 at the 4-4, eh?
Yes.
Joel. Oh. Jolie.
Yep.
Phenomenal. I mean, yeah. Love the look of that. Absolutely love the look of that.
Mm-hmm. Steven says, why you got T.Y. Hilton so high? Wait, what was that in reference to? I don't know what that was in reference to. I'm probably missing something. I am Unk.
Were you showing your...
Because Jaden Daniels is Unk at 25. I am definitely Unk at 31.
I don't know. I mean, maybe he was...
I've definitely hit like the age cliff.
You've hit the age cliff. Zach will never... Zach has reached his peak value. He will never return to the value
I'll never be more
right
valuable
now.
than I am today. Okay? Certainly Unk status.
He's making a cinnamon joke.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what's going
on. Okay, so a lot of these running backs are ending up looking like nice values here. Chief Bigfoot starts his draft with Lawrence, JSN London, Fannin in a full point premium, and then Kyron Williams and Quinshon Judkins, which is a nice outcome for him. We get Marvin at the 604. You know, I don't mind that price point, personally.
No, me neither.
And honestly, again, I don't want to pile on. I'm not trying to pile on anyone. I'm just assessing the draft. So if you are a part of these leagues, be prepared to be assessed. And doesn't mean I'm right. Okay. All right.
That is what you sign up for.
But
that's the reality of it.
If I thought to myself, what is a player I would have paid 2 firsts on top of to move to CD? Like, I think Marvin's probably where the value makes a little more sense. You know, where it's like, I would probably trade CD for Marvin in 2 firsts. That's probably where it starts to make more sense for me. But
I completely agree. Yeah, the fact that wow. I mean, a lot of these guys in this range seem to be like 2 firsts away from CD Lamb in a lot of leagues.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, if you haven't heard yet, we are doing a giveaway today. I'm giving away a live team playbook. That's a tier 1 product, customized review of your Dynasty team. Now, if you want to enter that giveaway, it's very simple. All you have to do, step 1, like today's stream. That is step 1. Step 2 is to type in our code word. Okay? And our code word for today is Athena. Why is the code word Athena? Because we just, in our Discord, launched a brand new league, the Athena League, that you can now sign up and be a part of, okay? And if you want to know how to be a part of these leagues, you can take a screenshot here. It shows you exactly the steps. If you're a brand new member and you complete step 4, please DM me on Discord. I'd be more than happy to fast track you into the Athena League. But that is why it's our code word for today. Cam Ward at the 608. How do you feel about that? You're a Titans fan. I don't know. Feels a little early for me, but I'd love to hear your thoughts.
No, I think that the 6-8, and let me use your beautiful spreadsheet you've made here to determine what pick that. So that's about 70. That's about late 60s, I think. Yeah. So maybe it's like a round ahead of where I would take him.
Yeah.
But given, we got 3 of the teams on the turn here have maybe no quarterback 1 or no quarterback 2. I don't think it's the worst swing to take.
Sure.
I do think that the infrastructure around him will be a lot better this year to get a better gauge of how good he truly is. And I do think that the ceiling is there for Cam Ward to break into the, that third round tier that we see in this draft specifically.
Selfishly, if I own Cam Ward, I would prefer them to take like Carnell Tate over Jeremiah Love. It's not that Love can't help.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But you need someone who's like F it, he's down there. Because Ward is very much like this, improviser. And obviously you want your guy to play in structure. But if you give him a receiver that can win downfield and he's improvising, I just feel like it'll make his job a little bit easier. He doesn't really have anyone who he can say, just go win that, man. Just go win it.
Wait, Zach, you mean we paid Wan'Dale Robinson $20 million a year to run routes closer than 10 yards to the line of scrimmage?
I would say you paid someone
to
basically be Zachariah Branch, unfortunately.
Good. Well, you know what? If Chris Sims has anything to say about it, we might win the Super Bowl.
Actually, I could be wrong entirely based off what Chris Sims thinks. I almost said the Crimson Chin. Shout out to the Crimson Chin.
What kind of Freudian slip is that? That was wild.
Is Chris Sims high on? By the way, that's code cinnamon. That's step 1.
Chris Sims?
No.
Oh no, the other guy.
Yeah, that is code cinnamon. So
someone
mark
made
that
it to
down
the
for
610.
Sam.
I'm patting myself on the back for that one.
That's a huge improvement for Sam.
You know what?
To not break cinnamon through 6 rounds. Wow.
No, honestly, I'm just so glad that the chat has been able to watch me grow.
Yeah.
From like a young guy just trying to figure out how to not break code cinnamon, and I made it to the 610. So
yeah. Aaron says,
It's a big day for me.
Let Love fall to Washington and play with Unk JD.
Dude,
I think
oldest backfield in the league, in my opinion.
I think I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna go to Sleeper and change Jane Daniels' name to Unk in every league I have him in.
Dude, that's insane. That is the fact. Yeah, I don't know. Look, it's a loud majority with a lot of these situations. I'm not gonna take from today's stream and think that my leagues are that I'm gonna be able to trade Nico Collins for Jaden Daniels in any of my leagues. But yeah, wild. But hey, people, this is the thing. I feel like a lot of Dynasty, and it upsets me when I see this in my own leagues. I think this comes from people who play in like 2 or 3 leagues. People get so player takey instead of really looking at the value of something and from a broader perspective. And it's like Jaden Daniels was bad last year, I think, and therefore he should fall to whatever pick.
Yeah. It's a lot of think tank as well. A lot of regurgitated takes. I mean, we're all subject to that a little bit. It
Zach,
looks like
I'm not in the draft. I don't see the list of ADP or anything. Yeah. I am floored that Baker Mayfield was on the board and that Joel was able to just trade up for him.
Yeah, like I'm trying to think in my head who are the other quarterbacks that are available right now, but I wonder what Joel paid. I'm sure he's going to show us.
Yeah, I mean he's the last one left. Well, there's one more.
Okay, I've got a screenshot of the trade. Let's see. So the official trade is Joel moves up. Okay, so he does use his 27 first to do this, by the way. And he basically sends a 27 first and does a late round pick swap. So the way I'm viewing this, all cards on the table, basically is like, I'm paying a 27 first for Baker Mayfield. There's a little swap there later on in the draft.
3 rounds from the 11th is not going to be a huge
drastic difference on your team's ability to win a championship. So basically looks like he sent a 27 first for Baker, which it's funny because I think Baker's a huge value at the 6'11". Joel's our commissioner in this league, by the way. But I don't think he's a huge value for like a 27 first trade up. I think that's probably market value. So
that is an interesting way to look at it. Yeah, I completely agree. But Joel also has a really good team, and Baker makes that team better. So
100%.
I think maybe Joel tries to flip that 102 when it's on the clock. If like Mekhi Lemon gets a sick landing spot or something, and then goes more into that contending mode, given he doesn't have his first now.
Yeah.
Zach, speaking of all these interesting takes in the chat, S Day has a really good question that I think would be fun for us to discuss as this draft moves on here. I have an answer here, and I'm interested to hear your worst. It doesn't have to be take lock, because I think that's very specific of you're kind of ignoring the information. But what's something you were pounding the table for that?
I imagine there's 2 players that come to mind, and I imagine everybody in the chat can say those 2 names if they've been watching me for the last 4 years.
I think I know one of them.
And I did ignore a lot of information, 100%. I would absolutely say it's take lock, and those 2 players I think made me a better Dynasty player by learning from my mistakes. And there's a point where you give up too quickly, and there's a point where you don't give up quickly enough.
Don't give up quickly enough.
You know what I mean?
I think I know one of them. Can I guess?
You can guess. I just want to see what the chat is going to say. Yeah. Chat, what do you guys think?
Let's let the chat guess.
If you had to guess what are 2 players that I had take lock on, you either left the channel after this didn't work out and you never came back, or you appreciated me growing as a Dynasty player and a content creator. But I don't think some of you guys are going back far enough.
Okay. I'm floored. Guys, Bucky is good. What are we talking about? Bucky got taken in the 5th round of this draft.
I think some of you guys aren't thinking far back enough. Bucky would not be on the table for me in this conversation.
This is something where Zach thought the guy was really good over and over again, and he was never good, and he sucked. Yes. And now he's not going to get drafted today, probably.
I would be surprised if either of the people in my mind got drafted today. By the way, the 106 was drafted at the 612. And the 107 was
Guys.
drafted there as well at the 703.
For Caleb Johnson to be take lock, Zach would have to be telling you to buy him right now.
Yeah, which
for
today's video
for a 10th
would,
round pick.
I don't know if anybody's watched today's video, but that would be very much the opposite of what I said today. Which, by the way, today's video, these players are absolutely cooked. Go check it out after the stream if you want to watch some more content of mine. But
So my guess here, we can go with one of them already. My guess has been sprinkled in the chat a bunch.
Okay.
Tennessee Titans legend Treylon Burks.
Oh yes, Treylon Burks is like at the top of my mind. Yes.
There are two people in this world who thought that Treylon Burks was worth AJ Brown, and it's you and John Robinson. And that and that is it.
We were the only people who were on the same page. To be
Zach
fair,
saw that on draft night, and he was like, "Good trade, good trade."
Oh yeah, the Titans are killing it, man. Great job by the Titans. Get out of AJ Brown's contract. No, I honestly didn't think that like they should have made that particular move, but I was a big Treylon Burks guy, and I just don't think I was a very good scout at that point in time. Now,
I mean, lots of people thought he was a good prospect, though.
Yes,
I think that.
It's just,
and he was hurt the first 2 years of his
I
career.
grew a lot as a scout, and I wouldn't even call myself a scout, but like as a talent evaluator. I'm not saying I work for an NFL team. I'm not saying I am more advanced than anybody in this chat. I just spend more time than probably anybody in the chat scouting players and trying to improve doing it. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm better than anyone at all, but Treylon Burks taught me a lot about what I'm not looking for in a prospect. I actually think there were plenty of red flags on his profile, and I ignored them.
Yeah.
I was just so obsessed with the idea of this big, fast Deebo Samuel,
Yeah, dude.
It was pretty close to the time where Deebo was like at his prime as well, and we were all trying to find.
But Burks
the
was
next
bigger
version.
than him.
And Burks was bigger, is like so exciting about like a bigger, better version of Deebo, better at the catch point. That's definitely one. I learned a lot. I don't really like that profile that much anymore. Can anybody guess the second one? No one has said the second one. I'm surprised. Okay. And honestly, I'm glad no one's guessed the second one because it tells me we've all moved on as a community and you guys have forgiven me.
This is good. Zach, my favorite guess was Jaden Daniels.
Got it super wrong.
I'm seeing Rams Allen Robinson. I know he got a lot of people. Tough. I don't know if you were one of those. That was more of a redraft thing.
I wouldn't consider that take lock because I was really high on him and then I was just wrong straight away.
That was like the move. This is like take lock is like Treylon Burks gets drafted. You think he's going to be awesome. He sucks. You think he's going to be fine. He sucks again. You think he's going to bounce back in year 3. And it just, no, that's take lock.
King says, Nick Singleton not being your RB2 is your worst take. Which I honestly think that's hilarious. I love that callback.
I think he's trolling you at this point.
No, he is 100%, and I love it.
Okay, Zach, can I get draft class? To try and guess this?
You're an OG. I feel like you should know this, but I think
nothing's hitting me.
I think if I give the draft class, it'll give it away. Because
okay. Let me rack my brain.
I think that on its own is probably a pretty good indicator. I do think I would give it away.
Okay. No, but this guy was never supposed to be great. Sparrow's comment has me intrigued because I know you love Zach Evans.
That's not a bad contender. Not who I was thinking of, but that's not a bad contender. And Zach Evans
never valued high enough.
Zach Evans taught me a lot as well. He really did.
Treylon Burks, even after his rookie year, was getting drafted in like the 5th round of startups.
Yeah, and I was drafting him.
Like this is, yeah. Is it? You weren't a big Jahan Dotson guy.
Loved his rookie year. I was really excited about it, but it's not Jahan Dotson. I will just say quickly on Zach Evans, taught me so much. And Zach Evans is another great example as to why I didn't really care that much about Ollie Gordon coming out. Didn't really care that much previously. Who was the other person I've talked about in this scenario before?
Bad draft year, you mean?
Zach Evans is like the person that instantly comes to mind about a Devy player when I was into Devy that I was way too high on, and everybody was way too high on. Really highly respected high school recruit, and then it's just like, that's why people are in on the player, because of what they did coming out of high school, because of the recruit they were, what they did as a freshman, So Zach Evans taught me a lot. I will say someone did get it in the chat. A lot of these are busts that I wasn't really in on, that people are talking about.
Somebody got it in the chat?
Someone did. Someone has gotten it in the chat.
Okay, so I'm thinking there's two names. Zach, is he a Chief?
No.
No, okay, so it's not Sky Moore or Clyde.
No. I wasn't really big on Clyde. I was definitely hyped about the draft capital. Wasn't huge on Sky Moore, and the draft capital also sucked me in. But
well, I don't even think you were making content when this guy was drafted. You were making content when this guy was drafted?
Yes, but
okay, so this would have been before I was watching, because I think
yes.
Is it Trey Lance?
It is Trey Lance. Ding ding ding.
There
we
you
have
go.
a winner. Yes, Trey Lance.
I wasn't drafting, like, by the time I started watching, I think that was like right after the Brock Purdy playoff was when I started watching.
Right. Dude, I was like obsessed with Trey Lance because of like I recognize I was wrong, but I still feel like every reason to be in was there. A great organization. So much history of good
Shanahan.
Quarterback play and good offenses. Kyle Shanahan decides to trade up multiple picks, and they draft Trey Lance, a raw prospect with incredible rushing upside.
Yeah, dude.
Trey Lance goes down with the injury. Never really see him reach his full form. He's probably not the same athlete after the injury anyway. I still don't forgive Kyle Shanahan for the way that he deployed him, honestly, if you guys want my honest take, because he deployed him the way I think you would deploy a fullback. Like, it was a lot of halfback dives up the middle. Let's put you right amongst the big boys and get them ankles all messed up.
Yeah.
Quarterbacks are always the hardest position to evaluate by far. It just felt like all the upside was there. He had all the recipe to be like a potential top 3 quarterback finish. But the problem is he's not good at football. He's not a good passer of the football. And as we found out many times, which is what my concern was with Anthony Richardson, people being so high on him at one point, you have to be a good passer of the football to play quarterback. We found that out pretty quickly, didn't we?
Yeah. That's what people say now, is that you need to be able to throw the ball to...
I've heard the rumors in the streets are you have to be able to throw the ball accurately to play quarterback.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a fun segment. A lot has happened since we started that segment, and I want to recap a couple things. Number 1, CJ Stroud at the 702. That's the first quarterback for Jeb. Number 2, Jalen Waddle goes at the 705. We were asking the question, how high would Jalen Waddle go? This is last week, after he was traded to the Denver Broncos. I think he's the clear-cut wide receiver 1 in Denver. I think he'll be the number 1 target there for sure. I think he's going to eat in that offense. Now, I was on stream last week asking people, how high do you want Jalen Waddle to be? You know what I mean? Like, how high do you want him to be? And I told people, I don't think I could put him ahead of A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith. That was kind of where the tier was for me, but I put him right beside those guys. But the majority of the chat actually said they would put him top 24, which would have put him higher than those names. So I'm a little surprised that he fell to the 705 because I thought there would be hype for his name. We get some vets off the board like Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry. DK Metcalf comes off the board there. Sam Darnold, Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts is a pretty good value there in a full point premium. We didn't talk about Tucker Kraft. By the way, Dirk has 3 tight ends. Dirk's got 3 tight ends.
Dude, Sam Laporta probably outscores freaking Chris Olave last year in this league, I bet you.
The format is definitely favoring tight ends there. Tyler Shuck at the 805 I thought was a huge value. I love Durango's draft outside of Nico Collins, I'll be honest. It's not me trying to be mean. I just think if Nico was like a Drake London, I feel much more comfortable with this build. Or even if you took like Hampton there, and then instead of CMC, you took Thomas, or, I think it's a good start though for him. And then Tootin. I'm very comfortable with this price on Tootin. Last week we had a draft, and Tootin was a 6th-round pick. And I was starting to ask some questions like, how are we putting Tootin this high? But in this world, I'm totally on board with 806 Tootin. How about you?
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is right around where I take him. I like that 7-8 turn for him. Also, Zach, I gotta say, Dalcho. Is there a world in which Dalcho doesn't win this league this year?
Dalcho's putting up an absolute monster team here.
DJ Moore at the 8-7 is a very good value,
though?
I think.
The only problem is
Jaden Daniels is not going to play this year because he's going to be hurt and old
this year. Yeah, he might have hit the age cliff. So I don't like quarterback 2 for him. Outside of that, I think it's a really solid roster.
Zach, speaking of Jalen Waddle, I did actually move him to wide receiver 24.
Okay, so who did you have to put behind him to do that then?
I thought about it some more. So behind him, directly behind him is A.J. Brown, DJ Moore, Devonta Smith.
You put behind him A.J. Brown, DJ Moore, and Devonta. Okay.
I think that, and this is more me being a little lower on A.J. Brown.
Okay.
You know, people can look at whatever they want to look at. It does seem like he took a step back in his, ability to get open this past year. He is going to be 29 when the season starts.
Yeah.
I hope that he gets moved, but I think he's going to end up in that, down where the Terry McLaurins are being valued and down where the, DK Metcalfs are being valued pretty darn soon.
Yeah.
Whereas Jalen Waddle, I think you can get a good 2 years out of him in this offense where he's really going to have an opportunity to work after the catch. I think he's going to take all of what Sean Payton was trying to make work with Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims.
Yeah.
And I do think it's really exciting.
So I kind of have baked into my rankings that there will be a trade for A.J. Brown. I think I've seen some reports that a post-June 1 trade makes the most sense for them. And it's based on a bunch of different financial reasons.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of banking that into my rankings right now. And just if A.J. Brown is traded, then Devonta becomes the number 1 there. I would prefer him over Waddle probably. If A.J. Brown gets traded, I assume he'll be a number 1 somewhere. So I'm kind of banking that into the rankings right now. If both Smith and A.J. Brown are Eagles by the time week 1 starts, I will be on board with you to put Waddle ahead of those 2 names. So I don't think it's
and it is very close.
Take.
It is. It's very, very close because I also think that if A.J. Brown does walk, like this team needs another wide receiver. Hollywood Brown is not holding it down, unfortunately. Right. I don't think.
Right.
So they're gonna need to add somebody. Could be at 23 in the draft. You never know.
Elijah Surratt. Just kidding.
Elijah Surratt at 23.
I've given up on Surratt being a first-round pick.
Surratt's I think it's more likely he's outside the top 75 than he's a first-round pick at this point.
Which is frustrating. I think he should be a second-round pick at worst, but we'll see.
I do too. I just think that he's just not an athlete at all, and he's so limited that it's going to be like you need to really have a vision for him.
Vision is put him outside and let him win, or put him in the slot and let him win. I think you could put him.
Yeah.
I just think he's a much better player than people give him credit for. But, okay. Jeb gets his second quarterback. It's Kyler Murray at the 8-11. I thought Kyler was a great value there in a super flex format.
Behind Bryce Young.
Yeah, behind Bryce. I could absolutely see a scenario in which Kyler Murray finishes like top 7 as a quarterback this year.
Easily.
In Minnesota. And
easily.
The other side of that is also a realistic outcome, which is he could lose a job. But I definitely think he can finish and like completely revive his career. In fact, I feel like if Kyler Murray has even an adequate season, they probably sign him long term because they're going to be another team that is not top 10 in the draft. They're going to be competitive. They're going to be a good team. They've got a great staff, great offensive weapons, a good defense. They're not going to be a top 10 team in the NFL draft again. And if Murray is like competent, they'll give him like like that first round revival type of contract where you get a 3-year prove it type of deal again, and it's like Baker Mayfield in Tampa Bay kind of equivalent.
Sam Darnold on the Seahawks. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I completely agree. I honestly think that, and they kept Carson Wentz, Zach. To think that this is, JJ McCarthy's job to lose, in my opinion, is absolutely asinine. I've had conversations with people who think it's like 50-50 going into camp who's going to win this job, and I cannot fathom it whatsoever. I think that's take lock of JJ McCarthy being this project who needs to develop as a passer, falling into Kevin O'Connell's offense, and he can fix everybody. Dude, the guy might just not have it, right? We're 2 years into his career. Sure, he was injured the first year, but he might just not have it. I honestly think it's more likely that we get a week into training camp or into OTAs and a report comes out, Kyler is our starter. I think that is the most likely scenario, genuinely. I don't think there's a shot in anything that JJ McCarthy has a chance at this job.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up a comment because McCarthy was on today's video for me, and
he's toast. I think the guy's just not good.
Yeah,
he's just not good.
I mean, when I said this in the video, and I've said it many times before, but when you're basically rivaling Anthony Richardson for one of the worst starts to your career of all time, it's hard for you to really recover from that. But someone basically said something along the lines of McCarthy's going to win the job, Kyler's ass, and you're way underselling him. I'm just like, okay, sure. Just keep holding on then.
It doesn't, to me, it's why they re-signed Carson Wentz. They don't even want to have to be handcuffed to JJ being the backup.
I actually think for sure if they're a competitive team and Kyler goes down, Wentz will start.
Yeah.
Well, this is definitely something that I'm not a part of, and I want to be a part of it because everyone keeps saying, "Where do we put the boss's son?"
Zach,
I don't know what that means.
8 of these comments. I have no idea what
I don't know what that
at,
means.
And
I am apparently Unc. Again, we've
all
Unc. Talked about I've reached my age peak.
I haven't. I'm not
what
even
does
in my prime yet, Zach. And I have no idea what it means.
I don't know what it means, but
are they trying to not cinnamon? Okay, let me think about this, okay? The boss's son. The boss's son.
I don't know what any of this means.
It's got to be like son of something. Like that's the guy's name is it's like the boss's son.
I don't know what it means.
Tell me what it means.
The boss's hint, he's uptight.
What?
I don't know what that means.
He's uptight?
I don't know.
Dude, Seth, I know for a fact that you're older than me based on your profile picture. I could never grow a beard like that. What? Just tell me.
Okay,
he's pretty strict.
Some people, okay, just can grow a beard quicker than others. Okay, maybe you don't know.
Well, it's not happening to me.
Seth might be in 7th grade and he just has a beard.
That is true. That I shouldn't age profile Seth based on his profile picture here.
Nobody knows what it means, but it's provocative.
It is provocative. I am the boss's son.
I don't know what any of it means. Okay, let's get up to date here with the rookie draft picks. So each time a kicker is selected, a rookie pick goes off the board. We're currently up to the 111. Crop Top Killer just took the 111. So that is actually the 112 that just came off the board to Durango. So we've got the 12, 11, 10 at the 903. The 109 went to Casanova at the 803. So, yes.
Zach, I'm not going to be able to.
I don't know what it means.
I'm not going to be able to do anything else until I find out who the heck this person is.
Is the boss's son Marvin? That doesn't make sense though, does it? I mean,
No, but he's already off the board. They're saying that he's, unless they're trolling us.
who's the boss's son? I mean,
I'm thinking, okay, there's one player who his name is
that a terminology?
a person's name. His last name is a person's name and then son. So they could be talking about him, but this first name that's in this guy's last name, I don't know which boss they're referring to.
Okay, I just my brain can't handle what's happening right now.
Yeah, did that make any sense at all? I don't think so. The boss's son. Everybody in the chat who knows what this is watching us and just cackling.
Luke says, would you go Kyler or the boss's son here? Kyler likes video games, but the boss's son is uptight.
Okay, this is some like...
Is it JJ?
Some gesture maxing.
Is it JJ?
No. How is he the boss's son?
I don't know, like he's like privileged.
You know what?
Some people's
Zach,
mind.
The chat is gesture maxing right now. That's what's going on.
Okay, you're gonna have to explain to me what that means.
I don't even know what it means, to be honest with you. I just know that Travis Hunter at the 9-9 is insane.
I do like the 9-9. Speaking of 9. Okay, so Travis Hunter at the 9-9. Yeah, I think he's a good buy at that price. Definitely a good risk reward there to take on. Remember, the 112 went one pick beforehand, so you're basically asking the question: do I want the 201 or Hunter? I think the answer's pretty easily Hunter there, even with all the risk associated with him. Yes. Sutton at the 910, Watson at the 911, who I think Watson's a pretty big winner, low key from the offseason, with Dobbs moving on. Very clearly, Watson is the main outside receiver. You've got Golden, who I think will develop into a nice complement.
They did sign him to an extension as well, which is
Watson. What was the
while
extension
he was
for him?
hurt.
I don't remember that.
It was while he was hurt. Let me find it.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, chat. While Zach's not here, somebody tell me what this means, please. I've had enough of this tomfoolery, of these shenanigans. I'm being hoodwinked.
So what was the extension?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was asking. It was okay. He signed a. Oh, it was a 1-year extension. 1 year, $11 million, which is this season.
I'm gonna look up Boss's Son Urban Dictionary.
Zach, I think I know. Don't do this live. Do not go on a separate tab. What are you doing? Do not click on Boss Boy, please. Click off.
Okay.
Different tab.
It's not
tab.
that well known then. Okay, I'm not gonna click on any of those terms. I'm just curious.
I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. I think is there a certain former NFL cornerback that was called the Boss, who maybe now is the head coach of Colorado?
All I think of is, when I hear the Boss, all I think of is the Hoss in my chat, who shows up like once every 3 months, and every time the Hoss joins a chat, we're all like, "What's up, Hoss?" Everybody loves the Hoss. I don't know why. We just have this special connection the Hoss has in my chat. So that obviously has nothing to do with it. Oh, is it Shador?
That's what I was thinking. Is it Shador? Because is the Boss...
Right. Okay. That would make sense, actually. That's Code Cinnamon, maybe.
Yeah. Is Deion Sanders the Boss?
Yeah, we could ask that. Is Deion Sanders the Boss?
Does anyone call Deion Sanders the Boss?
Bro, okay.
No, they call him Coach Prime. The Haas frame mogs. Zach, you do be getting frame mogged by the Haas.
I gotta be honest. I don't know if this stream in particular, there's like a group of people in the community who came together and messaged each other separately and said, let's just throw out all the terminologies and see what Zach knows. I don't know anything, dude. I don't know what any of that means.
Frame mog is easy. Frame Mog is easy. Frame Mog is basically like you're standing next to somebody and they look a lot better than you do, and they're making you look worse because of it. They're frame mogging you.
What's mog got to do with it?
Well, that's just the term. That's just the word. So like you can mog. You can mog somebody. Like you can mog in any way.
Make more sense?
It might. I don't know.
Frame mugged. Okay, so frame mogged is like, yeah. So the guy
so
looks
you can,
really
like,
good and you don't.
like
he's frame mogging you. Okay.
Like right now, like you could say that J.K. Blaine trade mogged NJ Casanova.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
You know what I mean?
That makes sense. I don't understand why mogged is the word. Because mogged. Okay, frame mogged.
Who is Alex Imber?
I don't know what's happening anymore. I've lost all control of the stream. Okay, frame mogged. When another guy's superior upper body frame makes you look like a narrow, irrelevant cocklord by comparison. Wide shoulders, long clavicles, bigger back. Thought I was looking decent until some broad shoulder walked in and frame mogged me. Okay. So
exactly.
It's basically this idea of like, because that guy entered the room, no one sees you anymore.
Sort of. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Or they see you and they think, wow, you're not.
Malik Willis at the 10-4 for Joel, by the way. After he traded up for Baker, he gets Malik Willis as his quarterback 3 in the 10th round.
Love the team Joel's building out here. Really do. He's got some practice. He gets to commission these leagues along with Rowan.
Okay, I gotta find out what Alex Imber means. Zach, I'm on like I'm probably younger than most of the chat, and I don't understand what any of this is.
Yeah, I'm really relying on you right now to know what these words mean because.
Okay, Alex Imber is just a YouTuber. Okay, no, he's an Instagram star and bodybuilder. He was called. He's best known for his impressive physique and the transformation it took to get there. Why is this guy in our chat right now?
I don't know what any of that means.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, I read that wrong.
I'm trying to see people's profiles and see like how young they are. Like Ryan doesn't look
Tyler
young.
Shuck and Alex Pierce.
Ryan looks like he's got a family, unless I'm reading that profile picture wrong. He looks like he's got a family, so he doesn't look like.
In which case, shame on you.
How do you know all these terms? Yeah, you should not be online, Ryan, learning all the terms that all the kids are using nowadays. You should be with your family of 4. All right, your family of 4. You know, why are your kids? Why are you never with your kids? Okay.
Your children need a father.
Dub says I'm 53, but I'm dialed into the culture.
I love to hear it, Dub G. Honestly, I love to hear it.
Damn, maybe I need to look in the mirror. You know. I'm not looking up anything else you guys put in the chat.
By the way, do not listen to Cameron, please.
Yeah, I'm not looking up anything.
No, Boss Boy was bad enough.
Okay. Guys, we're going to do this giveaway here very soon. Stream's about half over, okay? Wow. If you want to enter into the giveaway, all you have to do is simply like the stream and then type, well, yeah, the code word's Athena. I feel like we should change it, but we can't. I would actually...
The code word is boss's son.
What
does it mean?
Mogged. What does any of this mean? I don't know. It's provocative. Yeah, so the code word is still Athena. All you have to do to enter is like the stream, type Athena. I'm giving away a live team playbook. Currently, there are 56 entries. And by the way, we're doing reviews tonight. Ovals, I'm just going to go ahead and submit this because this is not... I'm not doing this review. Okay, it won't let me get rid of it, so I don't know what to do about that. I'll talk to the devs later. But we've got Urban here, we've got Goat, we've got Outlaw, we've got some trade questions here, we've got Skinner, Pro, Madness, Dan, Duringo. So if you guys want to get a team review in or a trade question in, it's a great time to do so, because after the giveaway, we'll get into that. Michael Penix, by the way, is Dirk's quarterback 2. Don't love that, Dirk.
Interesting. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. He does have 4 tight ends, though.
We maybe should have gone quarterback. I think
Daniel
Dirk
Jones
probably,
after Michael Penix is interesting.
Yeah, wait, that's confusing. I would imagine Dirk probably regrets the Strange and Charbonnet pick. I could be wrong, but could have had Kyler Murray, could have had Malik Willis, didn't get either.
Ooh, yeah.
You get Michael Penix. Wanted Kyler Murray, but had Michael Penix money. Aselmo, he's got Bryce Young and Daniel Jones. And I love the way you started your draft, Aselmo. It's like that meme of the horse, which is beautifully drawn at the first half. I'm curious to see. I mean, those are 2 starters in the NFL, to be fair, so it could work out. Jeb, I like what Jeb's cooking up so far here. JK, I genuinely loved JK's draft, except for the Jordan Love pick. I really didn't like the Jordan Love pick, but love Joel's draft, obviously.
Well, maybe he trades Jordan Love to Cedric.
He could. And maybe Cedric's, I mean, what, do they just do a Love craft swap? I don't know. We'll let them figure that part out. I do like Doucho's team a lot, outside of having no quarterback, too. It's a good team. Chief Bigfoot here. I like the 2 tight ends that he's put together with Fannin and Pitts. Like the Higgins pick of the 10-01. No wide receiver 3 you can rely on yet, but I like the way he's building it out there as well. As Dobbins goes off the board at the 11-1, I like RJ Harvey a lot as a player. Yes, he was featured on today's video. What's frustrating is, like, you can tell when
Scatterboo.
What?
Before Scatterboo he went.
Before Scatterboo, right? Yeah, I mean,
one pick.
What's frustrating when I look at the comment, I love looking at the comment section and seeing what you guys have to say about a video, right? It's awesome. You guys are basically my shareholders. But I can always tell if someone hasn't actually watched the video, right? I say that because in today's video, I talked about players who were cooked, and I had a cooked scale of like raw to like burnt, right? There's like a scale I put them on, right?
Yeah.
And
raw in this case would be good?
Yes. You want them raw. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's like a scale of like raw, then it goes to medium well, and then goes all the way to burnt. God. But you know, we like raw.
Yeah.
I mean, look, some of the best delicacies are raw. And
some of the best activities.
I personally
too.
like raw. I don't like but one of the players that was in the video was RJ Harvey. And I can tell when people just scroll through a video and don't listen to any of the takes, because they'll do something stupid. Like, for example, in this video, I talk about RJ Harvey, and I start the take by saying he's very low on the scale. I don't think he's cooked compared to everybody else in this video. Let's talk about why he had a bad first year, and let's talk about why there's maybe some hope in the future. But you got people commenting like, why the hell is RJ Harvey even in this video? This is stupid. Harvey's not dead.
This is what it was.
Like,
this is what it is. They see the title. These players are absolutely cooked. They click on the video, they look at the timestamps, and then they form an opinion on. They think you are saying that each player in the video is absolutely cooked immediately, which is the problem with people. You know, the whole TikTok wave and people's attention span, and it's happened to me too, lowering so much. You're not able to sit through a 20-minute video and fully digest all of it.
Yeah,
you need this quick hitting information. So
which
it's like, oh, these players are cooked.
There's a lot of things that need time. Like, if you're going to be a good Dynasty football player, let me look at you guys straight in the face right now. Okay? I'm going to be 100% honest with you. And you maybe going to be upset about this. I don't know. If you want to be a good Dynasty football player and you're going to look towards other people's content to get better, you need to be able to sit down and watch a 20 or 30 minute video. You need to be able to do that. You're not going to find the best advice on TikTok in 60 seconds. Doesn't mean it's not good content, okay? But it's probably not exactly content that is built around you understanding every piece of context of why something means something, why you should trade a player,
Exactly.
why a strategy should work, okay? So
there's
you're going to have to sit down and watch a 30-minute video to be good at this. I'm sorry. You're going to have to.
I think that there's this desire to just be given the baseline of information and not to hear the. But like, if you want to actually like take the time to listen to why he's being included in this video, and you'll probably learn a lot more than, oh my gosh, Alex Imber is in the chat. What? What? What?
I don't know what's happening.
What is going on? This has to be fake. Somebody changed their name and their.
What I don't understand, okay, Sammy, is if people were making stuff up, how did so many people get on board with Alex Imber so fast?
Well, they weren't making it up. He's a real guy.
These people have a group chat together, and they're pre-planning whatever's happening right now.
I don't.
Is that Kirk Cousins? No, that's not Kirk
Alex
Cousins.
Imber.
I don't know why I thought that was
Alex
Kirk
Imber.
Cousins. This guy's ripped.
He said he's a bodybuilder. I told you. He said this is him.
I don't know what's going on, man.
Somebody changed their profile picture
I think
because there's no way there's no way that Alex Imber is in this stream right now.
No, clearly, I mean, whoever's done that.
Kudos to you.
Like, kudos to you. That's like
you've derailed everything.
Commitment to the bit is incredible.
Yeah,
but I don't know what's going on, man. I'm about as lost as someone could possibly be. I'm truly as lost as someone could possibly be right now.
So Khalil Shakir comes off the board at the 11-8. Good pick.
Khalil Shakir was an honorable mention in today's video. And I personally just don't really care whatever opinion you have on Khalil Shakir. The way I view it is, sure, like, fine. My opinion is he was already one of the most limited players that you could start, when you look at his career, he had a career high 12 points per game last year, 10 points per game this year. This is basically a worse version of Wan'Dale Robinson, except you're losing volume now. Do you think the Bills really wanted to target Khalil Shakir 7 times in 2024 per game? I don't think they're going to want to do that with DJ Moore in town. I think Shakir's got a really low floor, so that's why I'm not that into the guy. But
yeah, I also think he has a low ceiling too, right? Like, it's similar to Wan'Dale, where I don't think that there's some sort of,
yeah, Wan'Dale's gonna if you're in a PPR league, he could be a fine asset.
Yeah.
What's up, Court? Zach. This is a real league, my friend. We do these every Monday night for Land Annual Mother Flocker members. So we just announced today on our Discord that you can sign up for next week's league, which is the Athena League. You can check out the steps here. You can look at the pinned comment. If you want to get into a league, got to be a promo code Land Annual Mother Flocker member. Those are the steps to enter. But we just released that Athena League today in the Discord, and DM me if you guys have any questions. But this is a real league, and we are here commenting on it. Sorry, go ahead, Sammy. What's up, Jonah? Welcome in.
No, I'm just floored by what is continuing to happen in the chat here. So Alex Imber is the boss's son, is what I've learned. It was his nickname in Lake Travis High School.
I don't know what any of that means. I actually feel like I'm in a simulation right now.
I feel like I need a shower.
Yeah.
I feel
you went to
like
Lake
I need
Travis
to
High
cleanse.
School. It all makes sense now.
Well, yes, of course.
Okay, let's do the giveaway.
Let's do it.
You're not allowed to enter, Alex.
Alex, if you want to be in a league, I mean, sure, just subscribe to the site Code Land.
You're not allowed, brother. Okay. We're going to do a giveaway here. 66 entries. 66 entries. I am so sorry that a lot of the analysis today was completely derailed. There was just so much I didn't even understand.
I think we did well the first
I feel
one.
like I was in a social experiment.
We had a good Jaden Daniels conversation.
69 entries, by the way. Nice.
Phenomenal.
All right.
It doesn't get any better than that. This is what it's all about, guys.
This is for a live team playbook. So one of you guys are going to be winning a live team playbook. Let's go ahead and spin the wheel, shall we? Good luck to all, and to all good luck. And our winner today for a live team playbook is, I can't really tell, Zachary Banning, 5219. So to Zachary Banning, congratulations. All you got to do to claim your playbook is DM me on Discord. There's my username there on the screen.
Son of Bruce? Any relation? Is this Bruce's son?
This could be Bruce's son, actually. This could be the boss's son. DM me on Discord. Need a screenshot of your YouTube account for verification, and I need you to tell me your Flock Fantasy username. And if you don't have an account yet, create one for free, but make sure you use the code LAND at sign up. That way I can find you on the back end database. We are now going to let the Athena League start to kind of roam for free, if you will. I'm going to jump into some of these playbooks here, some of these team reviews and trade questions. You guys can submit a team review at any point today if you'd like to. You know, earlier I mentioned that if you want to be a part of a land league, then you got to be a promo code LAND and a Mother Flocker member. But not only do you get access to a live Dynasty League to be a part of those leagues with us, with our community, you also get the playbook. Okay, you get the War Room, customized game plan for your rookie draft, the trade hotline, all the vouchers to come back and ask questions after your review. But that's how you're going to get all that done, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's jump into some of these trade questions. Starting off with
Let's do it.
CK. And by the way, if you're a member of a different promo code, you can still submit a team review through the a la carte store. So let me go ahead and put that link in the chat for you guys. And you can also submit a question with that same exact link. Okay. CK, it's a Superflex 12-team start 10. And he is in a tight end premium league. He would send away Darnold for Kyler. He says, who do you prefer as quarterback 2? Have Addison as my wide receiver 4-5. He has JSN. So here's the deal with Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold is a fine NFL starter. There's not a world that exists, in my opinion, where he's going to win you a league, right? 13.5 points per game with Seattle this year, and he looked great. Maybe they have to throw more this year without Ken Walker. But if you're looking at these two names, they're not foundational pieces. They're complementary guys to your roster. And I would say Kyler Murray has more upside this year. So if you're playing this year by year, which is what you probably should with these two, I'd prefer the Kyler Murray side of this.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, same page.
I could not agree more. I have Kyler a decent bit ahead of Sam Darnold. I just don't think there's any upside there, truly.
Yeah.
You know, I just, Sam Darnold, at best, he's going to give you like quarterback 14 overall and probably like 20 in points per game.
Not that much upside. Leo here, Superflex 10-team start 11, tooting for my own 27 first, or try to win it. So he's getting a 27 first for Bashul Tootin. And
What's his own?
He's got Mahomes, Herbert, Jones, Genty, Judkins, Olave, Wilson, Thomas, Jameson, Kraft, Laporta. Like, it's a good team.
So I think the question is this team good enough to the point where you don't need to acquire your first back?
I feel like in a 10 team, this is a very average league in the sense of, like, it's not bad, but it's middle of the pack. There's probably a better team in that league. His team name is he's actually ranked 6th in the My Teams analyzer. It's funny because if you make this move, I'm not going to suggest that you then go sell off a bunch of people and don't compete.
Well, Zach,
But
question, and I don't know if you can do this. Are you able to shift it to contender mode in the streamer thing? I'm gonna make sure that can happen.
yeah,
I think it's good enough where I don't need to acquire my first back, but at the same time, if I'm looking at this,
good value.
I think it is pretty good value, and if I do well, is there a world in which I can't acquire a Bashal Tootin level asset even if he does hit for my 27 first mid-season?
That will, and here's the thing: we think the class is going to be really good. Right now, you can get a Kyron Williams level player for the 106, 107 in a bad class.
Yeah.
What does Bashul Tootin have to do to be worth more than a first? I mean, you already have, by the way, Tootin and Rodriguez. So you're basically saying, I'll take a first and I'll just make a bet in this league in particular, not every league, but in this league that Rodriguez will have a role. And if that's the bet you're making, it's almost a no-brainer.
Yeah. I think selling a volatile asset like this to acquire your own first back is a bit of a no-brainer.
Let's put it this way. There's a far greater chance that Bashul Tootin is not worth a first-round pick next year than he is worth 2 first-round picks next year. Right?
I would agree with that.
What he would need to accomplish to be worth multiple firsts, I think, is a far less likely scenario than him being worth less than a first. And the first is going to be far more reliable. Like, it will not lose value. Whereas Tootin's a little bit up and down. So we'll take the first there. Mm-hmm. Nate says, is this worth the risk, or Parker for a second straight? Would you send a second and Kyle for Parker and a third? I think this is about as even as it gets. I don't really have a strong opinion on this.
I'd rather hold my second and sell it for something that is producing mid-season. Like, you can always buy the old vets or you can buy a starting running back like a David Montgomery or a Chuba Hubbard for this kind of pick mid-season and get some production, instead of making the bet on Parker Washington, who had a good run towards the end of the season but has done largely nothing through 3 years of his NFL career and is in probably the most crowded wide receiver room in the entire league.
Yeah.
I just think you could get something more for that second if you're trying to turn it into production.
It's a 10-team start 9. I hear what Sam is saying. I think this is about as even as it gets, though. I don't have a strong opinion. I mean, if you look at where I rank all these players overall, right? I have the 27 second at 118th overall. Parker at 151. The third at 157. I'm just indifferent on this entirely. Like, if there's
Scribbles,
if there's a player that you want here, then and you want to go get your guy, I'm fine with it. I just don't have an opinion on it.
Yeah, Scribbles makes a good point. I don't understand how people can be pessimistic about Hunter and BTJ and not like Washington. I am not pessimistic about Hunter and BTJ, and so that kind of fuels my not being excited about Parker Washington. But yeah, it's probably fine, especially if it's projected late. But yeah, my stance would be I think that I'd be able to get more production, more guaranteed production for this at some point during the season.
One thing I know for certain, that this trade will not really change the league very much at all. So from a value perspective, Nate, I think it's relatively fair game. Duringo here, what's up, says keep trade cut equals even, but flock calculator says lose. I'm conflicted. So you are sending Lamar Jackson, Nico, a late first, a late second this year for Purdy, the 103, a 27 first, Golden, and a second. Let's really break this trade down. So
yeah, the
212 and the
flock calculator, the flock calculator really values those high level assets, and so Lamar is getting a lot of pull here. Is probably why there's a difference between us and keep trade cut.
Let's really look at this where, like, the assets that actually truly matter. Then this would how I would look at it personally. Like, I don't think the third, the 212, even the second in 2027 and Golden. I love Golden as a throw-in, so I like that you have him as a throw-in there. But they don't really matter in a trade of this magnitude. So the question is, would you trade away Lamar Jackson? Let's just say that Nico and the 27 first are equivalent value. Okay? It depends on where that first ends up. But right now, that's pretty equivalent, right? In value. And let's ask the question, would you trade Lamar Jackson and the 111 for Purdy and the 103? Would you rather have Purdy and Mekhi Lemon or Lamar Jackson and Denzel Boston? Jonah Coleman. Eli Stowers.
Yeah.
And
well, I'm kind of, yeah.
I don't think it's enough for Lamar, personally.
No. Well, thing is, I was kind of looking at it like this, where Nico and the 103 are pretty close.
Okay, sure.
It's sort of like a contending versus rebuilding. You're sending the 111 for a random 27 first, but then you have to downgrade Lamar to Purdy. Yeah. And I don't like that aspect of it. I think that even with Matthew Golden as a throw-in,
no, I agree. So
yeah, no, those extra bits are not enough for me to.
I'd love to do
to make that downgrade
move though. His team is really bad, by the way.
So he's trying to get younger.
Yeah, because he's got Geno Sanders, his running back. His entire team is genuinely awful. So I understand why he's trying to do this. Who
can I get instead of can I get something better instead of Golden in the second?
I know exactly how we do this. We ask for a Dunze. We remove Golden in the second.
Yep.
That feels much better to me.
Or as another idea, I saw Quinshon.
You could ask for Judkins and get
I don't
rid
mind
of
Judkins instead.
Golden
instead of Rome.
Yeah.
I guess those are further apart for you than they are for me.
I'm fine with either of those options instead.
Yeah.
I mean,
just give me a nice young asset as a bit of a sweetener instead of Golden in the second.
100%. I would even love to get at minimum, if the deal has to stay the way that it is, I understand why you're trying to do it.
Yeah, it completely makes sense from a structure standpoint.
You need to get Jaden Higgins as well as Golden if they're going to be throw-ins to make a deal like that happen.
Yeah, as many darts as you can get.
At minimum. So, I understand the why
and
you
Lamar
would do this.
is somebody that's hard to sell right now, I think.
Yeah.
So if adding Jaden Higgins makes if the other manager's okay with that, there's enough dart throws there where I'd be comfortable with the tier down.
I am in agreement. Okay. We got another trade question that just popped through. You guys can pop through as many trade questions as you want throughout today's stream. We're going to be going back and forth between the team reviews and the trade questions. Proper Vibes just did so. You can check out the link in the pinned comment if you want to get a team review or a trade question in. It's a Superflex 12-team start 10. He's sending away the 104 Neighbors and a Dunze for Chase and Pickens. So this is so hard because I really need to know if Pickens is in Dallas long term. I truly believe he's one of the better talents in the league, but we've already seen his career. You need the right situation around you. Look at Garrett Wilson.
Yeah,
look
absolutely.
at Pickens before he moved out of Pittsburgh. So this seems like a high price to pay for Chase and Pickens. I understand why you would pay that. What do you believe Malik Neighbors is going to be? I don't know that I like this personally.
This is
Do you think Neighbors can be a 20-point per game scorer? I do.
I do.
Yeah. So
I do. I think his ceiling is similar to Chase's in the sense that I believe in Jackson Dart. I think that Neighbors can absolutely do what he did as a rookie, and he can build off of it.
It's just that Chase has already done it, I guess, and he's already that guaranteed.
Well, yeah, and you're
asset.
also paying a decent price here to get up to Pickens. The 104 in a Dunze is not.
It's not nothing.
It's not nothing.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. I think best player might win here. Um, yeah, you know what? To me, look, I'm upgrading Neighbors to Chase. I'm upgrading a Dunze to Pickens, and I have to pay the 104 to do it. I do think that I'll take best player here.
It just seems like
It is tough,
too
though.
high of a price for me for some reason. Can you get back a really bad quarterback 3? No, they don't have one that works. I mean, what can you get in return? This guy really doesn't have much at all, does he? What's your running back room look like?
Do we need like a depth tight end or anything?
We've got Warren.
Okay.
I don't love it personally. I understand, like, you're getting guarantee there. Neighbors is very easy to move.
That's true.
Very, very easy to move. Nobody is anti-Malik Neighbors that I've seen.
I also think that a Dunze carries a lot of the same concerns that Pickens does from the standpoint of you don't know long term how he's going to be used.
For sure.
For a Dunze, it's within the Bears offense, and for Pickens, it's where does he go?
What if Pickens is like on a terrible team next year?
Oh,
he doesn't sign,
it's a disaster,
right? That's how quickly things can fall apart there. But I think you need to ask for a Monangai back at minimum. If not Monangai and Algier, I actually prefer Algier. If not Algier, a Matthew Golden. Like, this is just at minimum. I still don't know that it makes me happy about the trade, but
also, Zach, is there a world in which Pickens outproduces CD again?
yeah,
Obviously, CD was hurt,
yes, there is.
but that world exists. Like, let's say hypothetically, Pickens outproduces CD and gets an extension within the next 10 months, right?
Yeah.
He's valued ahead of him for sure, right? Is he valued in the Neighbors tier at that point?
Could be.
You know,
I agree with Shaquille O'Neal here, who says the problem is buying Pickens at his peak. That's what you're doing.
I don't know if it is, though.
I think you are.
Well, how old? He's 20, he's 24, 25 years old?
Mm-hmm.
So if he outproduces CD again, like he did last year, obviously injuries withstanding, I get that. But he's 25 years old right now, like just turned 25. If he outproduces CD again, has 17 points per game again, I think he's going ahead of where he's going right now.
I think it's relatively even. I just want one of those pieces back. I just feel like the 104, like, it's easy to say that now, and then when the draft comes and the 104 is even more valuable, I'm not sure.
That's true. That pick is going to gain value, so you don't need to do this right now.
I don't see that pick not gaining value. Yeah.
There's also some doomsday like mock drafts. Zach, I've here little. This is a tiny bit of a tangent, but little sneak peek here. I am releasing a video where I surveyed over 100 mock drafts to find out where players are being mocked the most. Some of the teams in the first round that need wide receivers are like, we got like either you're terrible, the team's awful, or you're going to be a wide receiver too.
It's not,
or both.
There's not much in between, isn't it? Let's look at what his starting lineup would be, because it's a start 10, so depth matters for sure. If he made this move, he'd have Caleb Burrow. Here's a problem. I would rather upgrade your running back room than your wide receiver room, honestly. I mean, you look at that Bucky Henderson. Those are not. I think you can rely on them, but there's certainly no guarantees. This is not Hampton Taylor, for example. At receiver, you'd have JSN and Chase, which is obviously great. You'd be starting Warren at tight end, which makes 7. You need to start 3 more names. Those 3 names right now would be Pickens, McMillan, and then what? I don't know. I don't know what that last flex is. That's assuming no injuries happen. Is it Jaden Higgins? Is it Travis Hunter? Is it Tootin?
And you're losing a starter here because you're going from. If you get Matthew Golden back, then sure, it's even. But I don't know if consolidating
Yeah.
is
I
necessarily
think
the move.
I the more I talk about this, I'm going to stick to my guns here. I don't think I'm making this move. At least not right now. Because that 104 is going to gain value. Like what will happen in the next month where this deal isn't available anymore? If anything,
Yeah, I
you
agree.
might get more clarity on
A Pickens
Pickens.
extension.
You know what I
Pickens
mean?
extension is the only way that this wouldn't be available.
Pickens extinction is fair. I'm just not willing to make the bet right now, personally. But Sammy is comfortable with it, and I understand why. Plenty of people here are saying to take Pickens and Chase.
It's so close.
I just don't think you have the depth, assuming no injuries even happen. And then my other concern is I think you need running back help more than anything.
To be fair, like I would much rather move a Dunze for a running back.
Yeah.
And get a value in there than make this deal specifically.
All right, we're going to jump into some team reviews. Appreciate y'all being here with us. Let's jump to Actually, we've got some pro passes, so I need to honor those because when you get the pro pass, you are essentially jumping the queue, right? So the pro pass not only gives you double your playbooks, but it also allows you to get the priority pass offer. You get the tier 2 perks as well as the tier 3 perks. The Pro Pass doubles your playbooks. So I do need to go ahead and look at that because we do have some Pro Passes today. Okay, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 Pro Passes and a Priority Pass. So just keeping that in mind, I am going to say, let's start with Pro 3. Pro 3, where's Pro 3? Here you are, Pro 3. It's a super flex. And let me just get this all together here. Your name is Pro 3. Is that actually your team name as well? Okay, same username as well as team name. He's currently ranked 6th in the Flock site. As far as like an overall team. Format is Superflex 10 team. And it is a 0.25 Titan premium. So you've got the middle ground as your starting lineup format. Why don't you go ahead and read that starting lineup for us, Sammy?
Let's do it. So we are starting at quarterback Kyler Murray and Cam Ward. We have Amarian Hampton and James Cook. Then we are starting CeeDee Lamb and T. Higgins at the wide receiver position. Chigakonkwo, the GOAT, at tight end. And we need 3 more names. So Josh Jacobs, A.J. Brown, and J.K. Dobbins. We have the 104 in this year's class. We also have 2 2027 firsts.
Yep.
Which is a ton of fun.
Okay, so he says, fresh out of the startup, the goal was to have a competitive roster with flexibility and future draft insulation. Traded back a few times and ended up with an extra 27, 1, 2, 3. Love to hear your thoughts. Okay. So at the moment, like, I think you could compete, but a lot of things are going to have to go right. You know, Kyler, Cam, both going to have to be reliable. Like you said, Hampton, Cook, CD, Higgins, Chig. I don't mind that, like that top 7.
We really punted quarterback.
Yeah, definitely punted quarterback. And then you would flex like Dobbins, Jacobs, Brown. So I think you can compete this year. I would probably, if I had this team, be in the mindset right now of trying to punt. And if I'm not able to accomplish that, then I would just go out and like soft contend this year. I would probably put you at like a B- overall team grade, and I would probably put it at a 1-year punt. Again, if you're not able to get the prices that you want for some of these veterans, then that's fine. You know, you can go out there and contend this year. But right now, I'm trying to move some of these names. I want to see what I could get for A.J. Brown. What could I sell T. Higgins for? In season, can I sell Jacobs and Dobbins? Can I sell Kyler in season? And if I'm able to accomplish those things, I still have a great foundation around my team to build long term. But very realistic possibility you're not able to get the price you want, and you're going into the year competing and then ready to kind of punt towards 2027 midseason and be a seller if things don't go well. That would be my mindset, unless you have a different idea there.
No, I think it makes a lot of sense. Like if it goes well at quarterback specifically,
Yeah.
then maybe Cam enters the streaming category, right? For like redraft purposes, and then he's somebody that you are able to rely on for some points on a weekly basis. If it's anything like last year, I mean, you got Kyler and then a whole lot of nothing. So
100%.
it's good that you have your future picks. It's good that collected another first in the startup, I think. And yeah, kind of see, and guys like James Cook, Josh Jacobs, T. Higgins, AJ Brown, they're going to be names that you can sell during the season.
100%. Like people are going to be very interested in acquiring those names, especially if they're contenders. I'm right there with you. Okay, let's jump to the war room here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Really quick, I will say for everybody listening, just as a general rule of thumb, I feel like for Pro 3 here, he went into the startup, and I don't necessarily know what the plan was.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I feel like it's important in a startup to kind of, you try and lean one way or the other.
Yeah.
And I think to the extreme in a lot of cases is a good way to go. And in this case, we're kind of just sort of floating in the middle here. And yeah, I know like a year out of a startup, it's always your team's going to be very balanced with the rest of the league. I just think direction is very important here.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. Yeah, because you're definitely like middle of the pack, maybe trying to compete while, not being the most competitive team, having
and all your wide
picks.
receivers are 27 or older.
Yeah. With the war room here, you're going to add another piece at the 104. You're definitely a team that could either get a Mendoza, or one of the big three wide receivers. I think either one are going to be very helpful. You need some youth at receiver. You need a quarterback that you can rely on. You would really prefer Murray and Ward to be your quarterback twos. I'm not really sure that Mendoza gives you like that guarantee anyway, but I think either way, I'd be really happy. And this team could add either one of those, and be really good. If you're going to trade the 104, it's only because you would go all in. And I think you would do that to acquire a quarterback.
This is what I'm thinking. This was my plan immediately when I started looking at this. Can I get up to the Knicks, Herbert, Lawrence, Purdy tier? What does that look like?
Yeah, that would be
right.
Probably asking a lot, but I agree. Like Purdy would be great. Lawrence would be great. Bo Nix would be great. This
based on the expert consensus on the site, it's not crazy at all.
What about ADP? The 104 is around.
Oh, that's good.
Purdy.
The 104
Dak.
is 2 picks ahead of Purdy. It's or 2 picks behind Purdy. It's 5 picks behind Nix, 6 picks behind T-Law.
This is what I mean, though. I don't think that people value quarterbacks the way they do in a startup versus real life, but it's worth trying.
I feel like it feels like they would ask for more, even though they're getting drafted similarly.
At the 104, what would be the worst quarterback you would trade for? Would you do it for Dak? If you're doing Dak, you're going very much all in.
That worries me because I don't have I like Dak as a QB2 on a contender. I don't like him as my he's my only sure thing.
Yeah.
But you aren't trading any futures for him. You're trading the 104, who this season is going to help you less than Dak will probably, right?
No, for sure. If you're going all in, but it's a risky move.
Yeah, I don't know if I want 33-year-old Dak.
Yeah, he would make sense as like the last name, but that's only if you're going to go all in. I don't think you want to do that. Lawrence
and I want a plus as well, I think.
Yeah. If you can trade any of those later picks, trade for future equivalent, I think that would be great. If you can trade the 209 on the clock for a future second, you kind of just reset that clock, if you will. So that's probably the game plan I would say for your rookie draft. Now, as far as the chalkboard, again, we're assuming you're not going all in. So AJ Brown would be a name that you could sell. I would say this. if you are out, maybe I should change this to an in or out, but if you are in, maybe it's best for me to change your status to an in or out, because that probably more reflects what I would do. It really depends on like what the market is for some of these players, right? The market's going to tell you whether you're in or out, I would say.
Yeah.
Because if you can sell some of these vets at the right price, then it's worth kind of punting this year. If you can't, then it's worth seeing what this team's ceiling is, in my opinion. So like AJ Brown's one of those names. If you're out, you would sell. Probably, honestly, I'd probably try and tear down from CeeDee Lamb as well. If you're out, I wouldn't be opposed from trading T. Higgins, Jacobs, Dobbins, and these will be better to sell in season. They're going to be more attractive to teams in season. I would even say Kyler in season you could look to sell. Godwin. Now, if you're in, I still think you could tear down from CeeDee. And maybe like try and get a tight end that you can feel a little bit better about, as well as a good starting receiver. Maybe that's not possible, but okay, so if you're going to be out for AJ Brown, you would really want any first in any year, right? You want to find a contender that's willing to give you a first round pick. Same thing for Jacobs, by the way. Same thing for Murray. Now, if you're not going to get a first for AJ Brown, is there a competitive team that you could move him for a more unproven name? Who needs help at receiver? Let's try and see here. If there's, the Lab McConkey guy needs help, but I don't know what you would get back in return. Like a Luther Burden would make a ton of sense if this guy's looking to compete. If you can kind of go ahead and buy in on a Luther Burden. If you can buy in on a Roma Dunze as well.
I'm also thinking the startup just happened, right?
Yeah.
So, like, how far ahead did these guys go of AJ Brown?
That's a good question. Or did they? Like, some leagues are super weird with AJ.
Yeah,
His
that's
price is
true.
all over the place.
That is true.
Brian Thomas, another example. If you want to kind of get younger
get young.
there. I know Sammy's on board. Again, if you can find a contender that needs an AJ Brown, that's great. T. Higgins, I would say needs to be an early to mid future projected first, right? You can't just take any late first for him. Dobbins, say he's really he's a hard one to value. I mean, if you can turn him into RJ Harvey mid year, if Harvey's struggling, then that would be ideal. I don't think you get a first for Dobbins, though. I just don't see that happening. So multiple early seconds would be maybe a better plan for him. Godwin, I would take, any mid-second for him. I don't see his value drastically rising. Now, for CeeDee Lamb, that's the big piece here that we could maybe tear down from. But here's a problem. Coming off a startup, I don't know how possible it's going to be to tear up or down, because so many teams are going to have limited assets. You're not going to do Lab McConkey in the 110, for example. You might do Lab McConkey at 27 first and the 110, though. And you could do that either way, honestly. Would you do that?
I think that is, that's a big enough package for me.
That's what she said for sure. I would do that either way, whether you're competing or not, to be honest. I don't think you can do like that same deal for Olave where it's like a 111 and a 27 first. I don't think a 27 first and Olave is enough. And I don't think it makes sense for this guy to do that. Look at his team. Like, he doesn't have the assets to really make a move like that. Burden and Egbuka, either of them plus the 103, does that excite you enough? Like Egbuka plus the 103?
I think, yeah, like realistically, I think with the way that these young guys are being valued, especially in like, look, we don't have the draft board in front of us, but especially in a startup, I don't know if you get more than that.
No, I don't think so.
Two
That's a problem.
young, probably stud wide receivers for CD Lamb. I imagine that's it.
Yeah. I don't know if with Burden you could maybe add like the 112 on top of that, but you're not going to get much more than that, I don't think. And I guess there's no point in me saying like if you're in, these are all the same deals we would do either way. But yeah, that is the route I would take, my friend. And if you don't get these values, the running back's going to be easier to sell in season. If you don't get these values, then you can just go into like a soft contend. And if you're not a contender by mid-season, be a seller. And then focus on 2027. Like Sammy said, plenty of assets here that you can sell in season. Kyler, Cook, Jacobs, Dobbins, Higgins, AJ, CD, Godwin. These are all going to be players that people are interested in to try and win a championship mid-season if you're not competitive. So I appreciate you, man. Thanks for letting me look at the squad. And you will get your playbook here within the next 3 to 4 business days. But I appreciate you letting me look at the team. And any final thoughts there, Sammy, before we move on to the next squad here?
No, I think the startup you got a good amount of value here, and you're flexible, which is always a good place to be.
100%. Tons of flexibility with a roster like that. All right. Appreciate you, Pro. Let's go to some of these Pro playbooks, which we've got the next 3 here. Both Tiv bought 2, actually. One with his annual with the Flocker membership, he upgraded, and then he bought another one. And then Dan. So these are all Pro passes, so we'll go to those guys first. So shout out to Tiv here. And thanks for being an annual Mother Flocker member, my friend. Long-time supporter of the show. Constantly showing some love. Upgrading to that Pro pass. I appreciate you big time, my dude. And let's have a look at the team.
Straight out of Hampton.
Straight out of Hampton is a great name, by the way.
I haven't seen that one, and I like it.
You look at this format, though. This format's crazy.
Whoa. Non-PPR? Is this
That's kind of wild.
Is Tiv Madness with us? Could we get confirmation on that? Because I haven't seen one of those in a long time.
Yeah. It looks like it is PPR on the back end. Do you want to?
It is PPR. Yeah,
Did you see that as well, or no? Like, do you see that on? I don't think you have access to this, do you? Anyway.
No.
I'm gonna send you the I'm gonna send you the league ID. Can you check on KTC if it says PPR, because it says PPR on the back end.
Yeah.
Anyway. Okay, so we're assuming it is PPR. Okay. But what's crazy is a 16-team start 10. That's a big lineup, man. Got you at the rolling deep here, which that's going to be tough to fill a roster with so many teams, such a big lineup. He says, looking forward to the best advice on how to make this team a true contender this year or next. First thing I'm going to say to you, my friend Tiv, is thanks for getting that Pro Pass. If you guys don't know much about the Pro Pass, if you become an annual Mother Flocker member, you can upgrade to it, or you can buy it a la carte, completely up to you. Pro Pass essentially gives you double your playbooks, all right? And the next 3 people that we are reviewing all got the Pro Pass. So not only do they get double the playbooks, they also get the priority pass, so they skip the queue. So incredible option. The only disclaimer here is you can't turn your Pro Pass voucher into another Pro Pass. Okay, I kind of mark all these down as I go, and you can't do that. But I am going to go ahead and give Tiv his first Pro Pass voucher to come back. He can upgrade it to a priority pass if he chooses to, just not a Pro Pass. Okay. Crazy format. I'm assuming you're going to submit that feedback for us to the devs.
Yeah, because, well, unfortunately, KTC doesn't display the settings.
Yeah.
So I can't confirm there, but I will.
Most of the time, the back end is more accurate than the front end for whatever reason.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Okay, so you are starting in this league: Caleb Williams, Hampton, Henderson, Nico Burden, Loveland. Then it's tough from there on out. I would say Hunter, Watson, Higgins, maybe Brooks or Gainwell, Devon Vele. Really struggling to find those flexes. Your starters are good, but the flexes are where things really fall off. No impact picks this year in this draft. And even worse, I see you have like a late second. That's just not even close to a late second value in this format because you have 16 teams.
That's actually the 30th pick in the draft, right?
Right.
Which is a mid-third.
Yeah, it's barely worth anything at all, if I'm being honest with you.
It'd be a mid-third.
So we'll look at the war room, but I'm just keeping that in mind as I think through this. It's not the best lineup, I'll be honest with you. And I'm not that surprised because in a league this big with so many members, you're going to have a lot of teams that are looking pretty average. I mean, the number one team, by the way, has Bashul Tootin at RB1, Adonai Mitchell at wide receiver 2. They just have a ton of draft capital. So it's not like anyone's got incredible depth. A lot of people have hammers, but no one's got like incredible depth.
We have these new tags on the on the My Teams page.
You're tagged as balanced there. Draft capital grade, I would put at like a C plus. You don't have any impact picks this year. At least you have your first next year. Overall team grade as of today, I really think you're kind of floating somewhere between a C plus. I'm going to put maybe C plus. I like your tight end room, and that's going to make a big impact in a league like this. And honestly,
that's true.
In a 16-team league, Trevor Lawrence and Malik Willis might actually be worth something in the trade market.
Zach, that was the first thing I was going to say when we got to the chalkboard is these guys are, even though it is a one quarterback, there will be suitors for these top end names.
100%. I'm going to put you as a sleeper. I think there's a couple moves that we can make, although I'm not opposed to tearing it down if things don't go well mid-season.
There's not a ton of punty assets.
Yeah, exactly. So you've kind of already really, there's not a lot of tear down options outside of Hampton and Loveland, and you want to build around them regardless. You're not tearing down from Nico anymore. So it's like, even if you were to do a 1-year punt, you're still going to keep these guys and build around them outside of like maybe you could move Nico. But as far as untouchables for this team, I would say in this format, Loveland is an untouchable. A 16-team league. I know there's no premium, but it is PPR. And in a 16-team league, having a starting tight end like Loveland is like so hard to have. Hampton will be close. I don't think he's truly an untouchable yet, but he's pretty close. Players I would hold.
Well, he's an untouchable because your name is straight out of Hampton's.
Exactly. You don't want to change your team name would you? I would hold Higgins. I would hold Okonkwo because I think in this league in particular, if Okonkwo can even just be a streaming option, he's going to be a piece that you can move. I would hold Hunter as well, and Coker. Those are names I really like holding. As far as drops, I don't think your waiver wire is going to have literally anything of value. Yeah, I mean, it's disgusting. So I'm not going to tell you to drop anyone because your waiver wire is worth nothing at all. You have big rosters. You have huge league. It's just there's no reason to drop anyone outside of if you make a few picks. I mean, look, if you want to drop someone to make way for your draft picks, I would drop Josh Reynolds, for example. Ben Sinnott, rest in peace. Tommy Trimble, those type of names, okay? But no one that you absolutely have to drop, to clear space on the waiver wire. 'Cause there's just no one on the waiver wire that's moderately interesting. We'll jump to the war room here. Look, I'll be honest with you. In this particular review, Tiv, the War Room is not going to be that impactful. You can screenshot, by the way, guys, with the War Room, you can screenshot it through the stream at any time. What I tell people is screenshot it, then crop it, and you've got your War Room, right? It's like an asset that's instantly available to you straight away. The playbook takes a couple of days to produce. But for this War Room, it's just, I'm not going to be able to tell you what player is equivalent to a mid-third round value, which is basically what these picks are worth. So for this particular review, Tiv, and you've got a couple of reviews coming up here, I don't think the War Room's just not going to be helpful. I don't want to waste your time and tell you who might be a third round value, because the realistic scenario here is they're not really worth much at all. They're probably not going to make a big impact on your team, okay? So not every team has a big War Room, impact, if you will. Let's go to the chalkboard, though. And I mentioned it, Trevor Lawrence is a name that might actually have value in a format like this.
Honestly, Zach, I would even be open to rolling with T-Law and Malik and trading Caleb, who would have the most value out of any of these guys.
I agree.
Like, I'm open to moving that asset around. In a one quarterback, T-Law Willis is perfectly adequate for a contender, I think.
I agree, and I would just say this, like, whatever gets you the most value in return. If Caleb gets you a huge return, or if Trevor gets you the deal you're looking for, I'm pretty flexible, personally, moving either of those names. So let's find a team that's quarterback needy. At Team 2, they are ranked 12th. They have Goff and Murray. I think they're fine, honestly.
Yeah.
The guy who has Daniels might be interested in a quarterback too, but probably not too bothered. Team 7 has Cam
his
Ward.
quarterback room is getting old, Zach. So
that is true, actually. Considering Jaden Daniels is Unk, we might have to think about that. Cam Ward at Team 7 could be a great team to negotiate with. Only issue is
he's got nothing going on.
There's really nothing interesting at all there. I mean, it would have to be like his 102, and I don't think he would do that. But let's just say, like, Caleb Williams for his 2026 102, that's probably not far off in a league that's this big. In a normal one quarterback, sure, it's too much to ask for, but in a 16
team,
that's the only thing that would make sense.
Maybe.
Let's keep looking, though. Let's see. Man, a lot of these guys are okay. What in the hell happened to Team 15 and 16?
Oh my gosh.
My goodness. The problem is, I'd love to make a trade with these teams, but they don't have anything. Like, I'm not going to trade Caleb Williams for Tyler Shuck and Alec Pierce or something. Like.
No, I want an equivalent asset at, like, running back or. Well, Dubs or the practice here.
No.
Maybe he wants something better than Baker Mayfield and Daniel Jones. Like, in a one quarterback, that's really, disappointing.
Why don't we say this? Let's mention some names that we would say are equivalent at running back and receiver for both of these quarterbacks. And then you can negotiate with those teams and see if they're interested at all. The problem is, honestly, quarterbacks have value in your league, but no one is a good fit to sell these quarterbacks to. That's just the unfortunate reality. So for Caleb Williams, for example, I think...
Like, is this, like, for Caleb, is he, like, the... I was thinking, like, the Judkins, Javonte range, like, Bucky, Chase Brown, Kyron Williams.
Do we have Henderson yet?
We have Henderson.
Okay. Yeah, you said Bucky Irving, Chase Brown, Kyron Williams. That's kind of that range there. For Trevor, I think it's more...
the contending pieces like Jacob, Saquon, Etienne.
I would still say Javonte, but yeah, I agree with you. Like Saquon, Trevor Etienne, or Travis Etienne.
Travis Etienne, actually. You got both names wrong
twice. Yeah. Yeah, it's just such a funny situation.
Hilarious. Oh, that's you mean you want T-Law there, eh? Not
Yeah,
Caleb.
that's my bad. Then with Nico, I would really only sell him in season. You know, if you decided that you're not a contender, he'll be attractive to plenty of contenders. But I mean, look, if you can pivot from him to an Igbuka, you've already got a really young team. You know, if you can make that pivot, maybe you get an additional second on top. Excuse me, today, Junior. You can do a Luther Burden if you can get a first, send a second, like that classic move. I would do that as well for a Lab McConkey. I would just get off of Nico for any of these prices. I just don't think he's worth that in most people's eyes. Yeah, that's kind of same idea there. Maybe you could throw in like a Zay Flowers, Brian Thomas, Marvin Harrison, but yeah. So overall, look, got to be honest, 16-team leagues are hard to manage, man. They're hard to manage, especially with the big.
Especially one with a lineup that's as deep as you would have in your normal start 12 or your normal 12 team.
Yes, this is like you really need depth, and I mean you would struggle to have a good starting lineup if it was a start 9 or start 8. So
yeah, exactly.
I would probably aim to sell a quarterback if the value makes sense. Don't undersell them. You can hold on to them because teams will change and teams needs will change. I would have a soft contender mindset, and then if I'm not competitive by the middle of the season, look to sell Nico Collins. That's all you can do with this team, honestly. But I appreciate you, man, and you will get your playbook for this one within the next 3 to 4 business days. But we are going from Tiv straight back to Tiv, all right, because he's got back-to-back reviews. Not only back-to-back reviews, but he got back-to-back priority passes, or Playbook Pro passes, excuse me. So not only are we getting Tiv back-to-back, but he's going to get another voucher for another team here. So appreciate you, brother. This team name is Kamikaze Samurai.
Whoa.
And just for a mental note here, okay, I need you to remind me that I have just given him both of his vouchers for his Pro Pass, okay? Both of his vouchers for his Pro Pass have happened.
They have happened.
Okay, so if I come back later on and I'm like, hey, did that happen? I need you to be like, yes, Zach, okay? You're getting old. You're definitely Unk status, but it happened.
Definitely Unk status.
I'm just getting up there in age. Okay, Superflex start 10. And this is a 12 team, so this is a much more common format that we're a little bit more used to seeing pretty often. As Dub G says, Daniels and Rodgers is an ancient quarterback room.
It is.
They're up there in age, aren't
Very
they?
much. It's hard to tell who's older at times, honestly.
Yeah, who will last longer in the NFL?
Oh, that's a good question.
You know, that's the questions we should be asking here on the stream, spending people's times with. Okay, let's have a look at the team. You're labeled a strong contender by the site, by the way. And you've left a note saying, took over this orphan a month ago and worked to try and make it a win now contender. How have I done? Sav1 is not willing to trade, and KS68 only lowballs trade offers. Okay. Do you do startup draft advice?
Come on, do better, guys.
Have a
Do
new
better.
team drafting sometime after the NFL draft to include 2026 rookies. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of people, Tiv, when the startup draft is over, they go straight to a team playbook and ask me how they did. More than happy to do that for your playbook. Also, if you're in the middle of a draft, you can drop a super message on the site. Be happy to reply. But absolutely, this is another team, Tiv, where you don't have any draft capital that's going to make the war room very useful, man. Just being honest with you. But why don't you go ahead and read off that team?
You got a nice team.
It's a nice team, though.
Yeah. So in a start 10 here, we're going to be starting Jaden and Bo. Easy, locked in.
It's a
Two
good
running
lineup
backs.
for the next year before these guys retire.
Well, yes, of course, because we know that the only prospect older than Bo Nix was Jaden Daniels. At running back,
By
we
the
are
way,
starting.
Sorry, Tiv isn't with us, and he's going to see this later on.
Oh yeah.
It's just a joke from today's stream. I love your quarterback room. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, it's incredible, Tiv. Awesome. Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix. At running back, we're going to be starting Amarian Hampton and Brees Hall. At the wide receiver position, we have Puka Nakua and Drake London. We are starting Tucker Kraft at tight end. And we need 3 flexes. So we're going to go Travis Achan, Josh Jacobs, and Nico Collins. With Terry McLaurin on the bench, Dalton Kincaid as a backup tight end. This is a nice team.
I like it a lot. You're obviously a contender, right? I mean, we're doing everything we can to go out and win right now. And I would say, despite having little to no draft capital, I'd, at minimum, put you... I was like on the edge of like a B+, A-. I'm going to settle B+, but I think you are close to that A- range as well.
I completely agree with you. The no draft capital pushes me to a B+ there, just because I think you've got a few hammers, which is great. You know, Jane Daniels, Puka Nakua. Just the draft capital is what's holding that back, but it's very, very close.
Very good team. And, you know, you asked the question, how did I do? Like, how have I done? Am I a contender? You're absolutely a contender. Just going through that lineup one more time. Daniels next. Just in my head, I'm just thinking about who you've got on your bench.
It would probably be Terry.
Right, Terry probably sitting on your bench. So as far as depth, there's not a ton of depth there, hoping that injuries don't happen. But you have a lot of names that you can tear down from if you need to, right? Like if injuries occur, Daniels is a tear down, Hampton is a tear down, Nakua is a tear down, London's a tear down. You have plenty of ways to create depth if you need it in the season. So I wouldn't worry about that too much right now. Yeah, really good team, honestly. I like it a lot. What's up, Waffle Houser? Welcome in, man. Thanks for the donation. He says, Benaki looks different. Zach looks like he wants to kill Superman. Yes. If only they paid me enough to kill Superman, you know, like in the real movies.
Well, he didn't have a beard in the new one, did he?
I don't think so. Yeah, he's got the clean shave all the way around it. He's got the egghead.
Yeah.
The War Room is something that I dropped in December or very early January. I can't remember. Brand new for 2026. And it's basically a game plan for your rookie draft. So if you want to come in, have me look at your team as well as your rookie draft picks and come up with a game plan for your rookie draft based off your team, your direction, then that's what the War Room is. I'm basically in real time helping you come up with a game plan for the rookie draft season. Appreciate you being here with me. And by the way, I can't pull up your... something's going on with Streamlabs and the stream today because I can't pull up his chat, but I see your super chat. I'm sorry I can't pull it up. I don't know why it's all bugged out right now, but I appreciate you being here, my friend. Okay, so again, another team where there's no point in me going to the War Room for you. Not every team review the War Room makes sense for. You know, I can go and put the 403 here on the War Room and the 409, but are you really going to make an impact move with those 4th round picks? Do I really know who to tell you to draft at this point? No. So you're not really a team here that's really all that applicable to this type of, War Room. Now, your untouchables, Puka Nakua, Jaden Daniels. I would hold names like Trey Harris and Tua. I think Tua could end up being your quarterback 3. He could beat out Penix there. If you need to drop people to make moves, Dylan Johnson can be dropped. Marquise Brown can be dropped. Those would be the 2 names I would focus on. However, when I go to your waiver wire, actually, Chikakonkwo definitely needs to be rostered.
Heck yeah. James Conner?
Yeah. I did not expect those names to be there.
I don't know who Dylan Johnson is, but you can drop him.
100%. Yeah. George Halani's worth a pickup. Joe Mixon's worth a pickup. Yeah, so you've got plenty of names out there that you could pick up and could be fantasy relevant. Yeah, no worries, Waffle. I appreciate you being here, man. Dropping by to relax after the marathon that was League Launcher. Is that like a marathon you ran in? I'm not sure.
I think he's talking about something with the domain.
Okay.
I think Domain was doing because Waffle works for them.
Right, right.
I think they had did they have a bunch of leagues or something? Were they streaming tonight? I don't even know.
Either way, we appreciate you being here, friend.
Whatever you were doing, we're glad that you came to us to recover.
100%. Let us be hopefully a source of entertainment. Okay. Honestly, though, like, Tiv, looking at this team, man, I'm not sure there's many moves I would make.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking,
You know,
honestly.
like, I want to give people the most value for their reviews. At the same time, we talk about this sometime, like steering the ship in the wrong direction. I don't want to be someone who gives you advice that's bad. And honestly, right now, you've committed to be a contender. You don't have a first in 2027. You know, why you have good depth right now. The only thing I would say is, like, you should probably keep this course and go contend in season. I can give you a couple names that I would be willing to move off of from. So for Breece Hall, for example, with you being a contender, don't love him in New York. There are some equivalent names we can move to. Nico Collins, I'm not 100% opposed to moving if the right deal is there. But again, like, the idea of me telling you to go from Nico to Ibuka, for example, does that really make sense for a team that is so clearly contending right now? You know, I'm not sure that that would be the right move for your type of team. You really clearly defined what direction you're going with this team this offseason. But look, if you can turn Breece Hall into a Chase Brown, I would rather do that this year in particular.
Absolutely.
If you can turn Breece Hall into a Ken Walker, which is probably not possible anymore, but obviously would rather do that. If you can turn Breece Hall into, what do we think? I mean, CMC, if he's trying to win right now.
You could probably get that done.
Maybe you even get CMC in a second for Breece in a third if someone's trying to get younger. But again, without your first next year, you're trying to win, and CMC is going to give you a better chance at doing that. We can't promise you he'll stay healthy than Breece Hall would. So that's something I'm conscious of here. I don't think I would go to Judkins. Kyron as well, I think I probably would be willing to do. I probably would do Saquon. You could definitely get a second in Saquon for Breece in a third, excuse me. Javonte, I think you could do the same thing. So that would be like the one small thing I would do, just because I don't know how much we trust the Jets offense. But honestly, I know it sounds silly. With Geno Smith there, I do feel better about Breece.
And they have a good offensive line, so it might not be, you know, I think the Jets are always going to jet, and I never want to have their put too high of expectations on them, but I do agree with you that it should be more stable.
Yeah. But again, like, the idea of moving Nico, I don't think makes sense because you're trying to contend. So it's not like, it doesn't make sense to go to Burden in a pick, or, you know, it's just you need to.
And you have enough.
Right now.
I think you have enough youth at wide receiver as well with the two hammers there.
100%. I agree. So I think, first off, great job with this team. You should feel very proud of it. You've put yourself in a very good position. I'd be shocked if you don't make the playoffs. At minimum, you have a great chance to go out there and be a champion this year. So congratulations, man. Feel free to DM me if you got any other questions. The only other thing I would say is you could look at moving Trey Harris for a piece that can help you win right now. I don't think you need to do that today. But if you need depth in season, you know, instead of Trey Harris, I'm thinking like a Chris Godwin. You know.
Yeah, I like this angle.
A Mike Evans. Might have to send something on top of the mic to get to Mike Evans.
Maybe Cortland Sutton has had a little dip because of the Jalen Waddle signing, but I don't mind him as a bench option.
Cortland Sutton, Wan'Dale Robinson, Christian Watson, you know. So that's the only other idea I would have there. But great team that you built, man. I appreciate all the constant support. Definitely a big supporter of land, and I appreciate you big time for doing so. Okay, we've got Dan next. Dan is another person who purchased the Pro Pass. Appreciate you, Dan. Again, just so you and I are on the same page, Dan, the way the Pro Pass works is I'm going to give you a voucher right now. Okay, so that voucher's in your account. And with the Pro Pass, you can come back and submit another team review, but you can't upgrade it to another Pro Pass, okay? And the reason behind that is because we can't create this like endless loop where people are constantly, kind of juking the system, if you will. I keep track of all that on the back end, but absolutely you can come back at any time and submit a playbook with that voucher. Also, you can upgrade it to a priority pass. You just can't upgrade it to the Pro Pass again, just so we're on the same page. But thanks for taking advantage of that offer. I know a lot of people have loved that offer this offseason. Okay, he says, just took over this orphan today. Where do I start? It's a super flex 12-team start 11, so it's a big lineup. Big lineup.
11, yeah. We got a tight end premium as well, a 0.75 tight end premium.
So this is a big boy league, as it were. You are currently ranked 9th out of 12. You said it's an orphan, so obviously you're not responsible.
You're not responsible for this.
Yeah, for the team being in the state that it is, but obviously this is where you are, so we'll do our best to kind of help you out of it. And I know we're going to dive into it, but I instantly think you should tear down from Drake May. We'll talk about what that looks like. Based off today's startup draft, can you tear down from Drake May to Jaden Daniels, who's Unk?
Ooh.
Can you tear down from Drake May to Jackson Dart? We'll look at it. I think that's probably the first thing I would do. It's like the sore thumb I'm looking at right now. Not that you can't build around Drake May. I just think other quarterbacks are undervalued in startups, and Drake May, for some reason, is not. I think that's maybe indicative of the current status of Dynasty football. What do we think of the team? Let's have a look. You want to take this one, Sammy?
Yeah, I can get this lineup going.
This is,
so we are starting. We're starting Drake May and Matthew Stafford. Okay. At running back, we are starting Jahmyr Gibbs and Quinshon Judkins. 2 wide receivers for sure in the lineup: AJ Brown and Terry McLaurin. Mark Andrews at tight end, and then we need 4 flexes. So Chase Brown, Rico, and then it's going to be Michael Pittman and Jacoby Myers. We do have the 108 and the 201 as some potential picks to add some depth to this roster. Do we have our 27 first?
We do.
We do have our 27 first. Okay.
Which is fantastic because, good God.
Good news.
Jeez Louise, that could have, if you didn't have your own picks, that could have been really bad, but you do, so that's good. Because, let's be honest, brother, this team is ass. Okay? Let's just call a spade.
It could be a lot worse. You can throw out a respectable lineup with this squad.
Yes. Respectable.
It's respectable.
Sure.
It may not be,
it's not the worst team. I'm being drastic. It's not the worst team, okay? But yeah. It's not anywhere near ready to compete, I don't think. Like, it's very clearly... Sure. Like, I'm not even sure if a 1-year punt's enough, but I don't want you rebuilding more than a year, if you can. I do think, however, you're not... Like, do you disagree with me in the sense of, like, he's definitely got to punt at least a year?
I think the only, I don't know if you're in any position to get enough horses to use up the rest of Terry, Pittman, Jacoby, Stafford,
Yeah.
Like, these guys I want to roster on a team that I think can win it. I don't think this team can win it. Even if we did split Drake May into 3 assets and split Jahmyr Gibbs into 3 assets.
Yeah. I gave you a C-. You're very top heavy. And I think, again, If this was a start 9, I'd have a different grade. You're going to start 11. You have to start 11 players, and I just don't know exactly how that's going to work for you. May and Gibbs are your untouchables. I might argue we tear down from both. My whole goal is like as much flexibility in next offseason as I can have, I want. That's my whole goal. I would hold Sanders and Kyle Williams. I would drop Yeshivas and Ingram if you want. And I would definitely pick up George Halani and Jordan James on the waiver wire. Those are two names that stood out to me that should definitely be rostered. Talking about Jordan James on an upcoming video for you guys as well. But, yeah, this is a team that I just think way too much would have to go right for you to be a serious contender. So I'm definitely looking at, how can I maximize the assets I have to put myself in a best position next year. Let's go to the chalkboard. This is definitely a team where the chalkboard is going to be helpful. We'll walk you through a game plan for your rookie draft. And the good news is you have the 108. The bad news is it's not that valuable of a pick this year in particular. It's not that it's not valuable. It's just not as valuable as the 108 has been in previous seasons. I think that's the best way to say it. But you're going to be in range of like a Sadiq, Stowers, Cooper, Concepcion, Boston. That's probably the range that you're in. When you go to that 201, it's maybe more of like the Stowers of the world, Coleman, Surratt's, Bells, Simpsons, those type of names. So you're going to add a couple pieces, take the best player available in the 4th round. If he was to trade the 108, obviously any future first I'd be open to. So if you can re-roll that into a 28 first, a 27 first, no brainer for a team like you, that asset's going to be a lot more, it's going to hold value, retain value more than anything you could really get right now. I don't think there's any young players though that I want to trade the 108 for. Like the 108 is just not that valuable in the market. I'd rather take a shot.
I'd rather
right?
just make the pick. Yeah, exactly. Like maybe it goes well and all of a sudden you have a few exciting names after the 106.
Yeah. If you can trade those late fourths for a future fourth, then perfect. But yeah, if we were maybe thinking about competing, I might be more creative with that 108, but I really don't think you should. I think you should keep it where it is. Now, when we go to the chalkboard here, you've now got May, Gibbs, that we can all look to tear down from.
Which, these are the types of assets that it seems very hard to trade because nobody wants to pay what they're worth.
It absolutely can be that way for sure.
You got to find the right partner.
Mm-hmm. It's not going to be every team, but to be honest,
Zach.
Yeah.
I traded Drake May in a league the other day, which is something that never happens.
What did you get for him?
I will let me pull it up here.
It's funny because his entire team is basically on the block. I'm not looking at any name here that I'm adding a lot of players here that you can sell. Andrews, Hawkinson.
So I went down to Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
I added Ken Walker.
Nice.
And then 2 contending-ish pieces. This was kind of me shifting from year out to I'm going to try and make something happen this year. I also added Mike Evans and TJ Hawkinson.
So you got Hurts, Walker, Evans, Hawkinson.
Yeah, and I think I threw in a mid-second this year.
I don't mind that at all. I probably would have done it for...
I don't think you get more than that, and
Walker,
that's the thing.
Hurts.
I think that... Yeah, Walker Hurts, I think if I'm getting a top 12 running back for the next 3 years...
Yeah.
And I like Hurts as a buy right now. I think that... And I don't think, people don't want to pay a lot more than that. Consolidating all that into one asset.
Okay, let's look at Team 1. He has Dart and Lawrence and Caleb.
This is a guy that could use Gibbs.
Yeah, based off current... Oof. I was thinking May and Dart, but...
Sure, but is he going to want to add May with Caleb, T-Law?
The problem with Gibbs is, what are you
thinking.
getting back? I don't think you're getting back... you don't want this guy's first.
But you could get a quarterback, I think.
You could.
You could get Dart from him, and then if he's rolling with Caleb, T-Law, Cam Ward.
You
He
definitely
has a
could.
future first, and he has a 27 first, which it's not a great pick,
Yeah.
but at least it's a future first. Who knows? Next year, the freaking 110 could be this year's 106.
That's true. I feel like if we're gonna sell Gibbs, we need to get just a haul that we're really happy with. I don't think this guy can offer that. Like, I'm not gonna do Bucky. I don't know.
Would you do Dart, Lad, and his 27-1?
That's what I was thinking for May.
Okay.
Or are you thinking for
May Gibbs? I was thinking for Gibbs. It's the same thing, right? I don't think those guys are far enough
Sure. Yeah.
away from each other in value to differentiate.
That's fair. I would do either of those. So I'm on board with you. Only problem is that first is going to be late. I don't love this. I'll be honest with him. I don't love this, but
Let's see if we can find something better.
I think it's a start. Let's look at another team here. Knicks. If you could tear down to Knicks from May. This guy has no firsts, so I don't think it's
no
gonna work.
future first. Yeah. Like what? You're adding Pickens and Harvey? I
would do
know.
like
Doesn't
Knicks and
excite me.
Genty, but
Knicks and Genty for Gibbs. I don't mind that.
I
Or
was
for
either.
May again. Yeah, either. Either
Let's
again.
just say either from here on out. Either one is fine. But yeah, no, I think I would do that. You would do that?
Yeah. Genty is close enough to that tier where I think Knicks
Okay, let's keep looking.
Knicks puts it over.
Don't love any of those. I guess I could do Purdy. He has a 27 first. I don't know. I'm not obsessed with this. No, let's
I
keep
would do
looking.
like Purdy the first and JMO.
I love James.
That doesn't seem close
it's
enough.
just not
This
a-
team is too good
yeah.
for that, I think.
I would love to
What's the
think about
premium?
Daniels, but he's already 25.
What's
Damn shame.
what's the premium? It gets me every time. What's the premium in this league? Wasn't it 0.75?
Yes.
Because the last guy had Fannin. Is that interesting
So like
at
a
all?
Purdy Fannin first.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, would you sell Gibbs for that? I don't know. I'd sell May for that.
Purdy.
I know that sounds weird, but
I think I'd want like I don't know. I like Purdy. No, I think that, and this is the thing. I don't know if you get more.
I don't think I'd sell. I know this would sound weird, but I don't think I'd sell Gibbs for that. I think I'd sell May for that. Okay, I'm gonna keep looking. Look, despite like throwing out all jokes, if there's a way where you can get Daniels, you know, you go Daniels
110?
plus a 27 first and send back May, and I mean you got a lot of veterans here. Like, what does May and Dowdle do it? Does May and Terry do it? Maybe that's how you get a first for Terry or Pittman or Myers.
May and Pittman, May and Jacoby. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that type
Or
of
what
move.
if? Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
I just think it's worth trying.
Would you do it for the 110 this year, or you want to get that future capital?
No, I wouldn't do it for the 110 this year. I basically view that as a second.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Patrick Mahomes, nope, not going to tear down there. And there's a lot of capital. I just don't think this guy's going to be willing to like. He's clearly rebuilding.
He's got no running backs.
Lamar, Dak, don't like that, but I would go from Gibbs to Travion.
Or Gibbs to Hampton.
Hampton. Like Hampton in a first is no brainer, right?
I agree.
I would need more for Henderson, probably. 27 first. And do we ask for Luther Burden?
That's a big package, but I mean Gibbs is probably worth it.
Yeah, he's got to bring back Bank if we're gonna move him.
Absolutely.
Would you do the 101 and I don't think you can get like the 101 in Tetaroa, but
Yeah, I doubt it.
I think that's probably asking too much. Let's keep going. Not gonna work there.
Could I do wait, Zach, real quick on the 101?
Yeah.
Could we do the 101 and then we do a 1-2 swap next year where we get his first and we send a second?
Okay, right. So you're thinking,
So Gibbs for Love, Gibbs in a second for Love in a first.
yeah. Are you comfortable with that? Do you believe in Jeremiah Love enough to do that? Also,
Yeah,
if
absolutely.
we do this, how far is that second and first going to be apart?
That's a good point.
I'm not
This is,
sure.
do we only have our second?
Um, yes.
Okay. Well, then if this guy's contending, then I guess it's probably moot because that might be, those picks might be like
Yeah.
4 apart.
I think we might regret that one.
Yeah, okay.
Well, this guy's basically got the 101. So could you go Herbert? I mean, I know this sounds crazy, but like I would do Herbert and this guy's first for May. I don't know if that's not enough in people's eyes.
Yeah,
I just
I
think,
don't know if there's a world that he sells his first, but you might as well throw the offer out.
right. So Justin Herbert plus 27 first has to be from that owner.
This guy.
Websy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, that's a lot of options there. A lot of options.
I think that's the way forward. Well, then we got to talk about selling out everybody else on his team.
Yes. So Stafford, you're not going to get a first, but like an early second is what you'd be looking for from a contender. Chase Brown, you definitely want a mid-future first at minimum in season.
This one I might try and wait out the offseason, Zach, because
Yes.
I don't see the Bengals adding a high-profile running back.
Yes.
And there could be an extension, which I think he vaults. If he gets a 3-year deal, like he vaults into like pretty close to like the Ken Walker tier, I think.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree with you. Chase, let me just say quickly, just so you can take a mental note, the players that would be more valuable when the season begins. Those players are Andrews, Myers, Brown, McLaurin, Dowdle, Chase Brown, Stafford. So pretty much everybody else left. I don't really know about Pittman. Everybody else is going to be more attractive and more easier to sell.
I do think I like Pittman in the Aaron Rodgers offense more than I like DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if I like either of them.
Right now, people are treating them both like the plague. So
I kind of like buying Michael Pittman right now, honestly. Low-key.
yeah, if it's for like a mid-second or something, I'm not opposed to it, honestly. But hopefully that helps, Dan. The good news is while your team I don't think is very good, you have clear tier down in like a clear pathway. I mean, let's just play out 2 of these scenarios. So let's say 2 that we liked was you selling Gibbs for Henderson a first and Burden, and then May for Herbert in that first. Just hypothetically, this happens, okay? So yes, you no longer have Gibbs and May. Instead, you have Herbert, and that's not getting rid of anyone else, right? Herbert, Stafford. Then you have Henderson, Judkins. Then you've got Burden on the team, along with A.J. Brown. You've got no tight end of note, but you basically locked in the 101, which is Jeremiah Smith. And you add another additional first. And then you haven't
early one with
sold
Websy.
any A.J. Brown, Jet, McLaurin's, Pittman, Stafford's, Jace Brown. So I think that's the best pathway. The best pathway forward.
The best pathway to take.
I like ice cream. So thanks for letting me look at the team, Dan, and I'm excited to have a look at that that other team review from the Pro Pass here soon. Okay,
Heck yeah, dude.
those are all the Pro Passes. Let me double check. Yes, so we've got regular playbooks here on out. So next one in order is Urban. What's up, Urban? Appreciate you being here, my friend. And the team name is the Brockness Monster. Which is
Dude, we are just the chat is cooking tonight with these team names.
I haven't heard that one before personally.
So first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna put Brock Purdy on the Untouchables.
You can't change the name. You simply can't change the name now.
So this is why I've reverted from naming any of my dynasty teams after a player because I just don't want it to even be a thought in my head.
Yeah.
That I would have to possibly, change my team name because I traded somebody.
I agree. By the way, we see you guys in the chat. There's some glitch right now with Streamlabs, so I can't actually reply or like pull any of your comments up, but I see you guys. I see you Monday, Mike and Drake and Waffle. But there's some glitch. I can't pull you up right now. I apologize. Okay, Urban says, have a decent feeling, decent amount about... You go ahead.
Long night. You want me to go? I can do it.
Why don't you try?
Urban says, I have a decent amount of draft capital this year with 2 top 3 tight ends. Should I trade away for more draft capital? Also, what should the focus be for drafting? I feel like there's a lot of room for growth here in multiple areas. What is the focus or approach here? So this is a start 11.
A big league.
All right. Big league, another big lineup. We're rolling deep. So we've got Drake May and Joe Burrow at quarterback. We don't have Brock Purdy. So, oh, it's Brock Bowers.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
a silly boy.
And that actually
He
is
actually,
a untouchable.
He would be, yeah. So the 2 running backs are currently Breece Hall, and it will be Jeremiah Love, but right now it's Rachaad White. We then have Devonta Smith and DJ Moore at wide receiver. We are starting Brock Bowers at tight end and 4 flexes. So we are flexing DJ Moore, Travis Hunter, Colston Loveland, and Jalen Coker, I guess. You're not starting Isaiah Pacheco. Zach, is there a premium here? Remind me.
There is a 0.5 premium.
Okay, so nothing crazy exciting. But we do have the 101 and the 103 to add some skill talent to this roster.
Yes.
But we're a little bit of a ways away.
Yeah. Again, in a start 11, you just need such a nice lineup. And, you know, again, like looking at May, Burrow, Breece, Love, let's say, whoever you draft at the 103, Devonta, Bowers.
You still need
flex Loveland, then DJ.
You're relying
Moore.
on Travis Hunter.
Yeah. The problem is you're assuming no injuries when you're filling this lineup, and you're 2 flexes short of being comfortable already. So I agree that you're definitely not there right now, and that leads me to probably saying, why don't we punt this year?
That's what I was going to say, 1-year punt.
You can get rid of some of these pieces. They're very attractive pieces, and DJ Moore is now more... Like, you couldn't have sold DJ Moore a month ago, right? I think it's a good team, though. Like, I put you at, like, I mean, you're about to add the 101. You've got May, Burrow. To have May, Burrow, Brock, and Jeremiah Love, basically, it's a really good core. I would say I lean like a B flat with a team like this. And I think we should definitely punt this year. I'm going to give your draft capital grade an A because you've got the 101. And that's just such a big impact move. May and Bowers are untouchable. I'm going to explore another May tier down. Anytime I see a team that has Drake May, unless they have all the pieces around them ready to go to contend, I'm going to explore what it could look like. Just because
I think
he doesn't get the same, you know, everyone pushes quarterbacks down in the startup except for May. I don't get it. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that I'm a lot less desperate to do that in this league than I was in the last one.
Yeah.
I think honestly moving Burrow makes more sense, just giving the age profile. But if there's if there is truly a deal that
move both,
that we
honestly.
deem as worth it, for May, I would just wonder, with a 1-year punt, do you not want May in 2027?
I do, but do I want May more than Jane Daniels in a first if it's possible? No.
That's
Jackson
true. It
Dart
depends on
in a
what you're
package
getting,
if
of
it's
course.
possible? No.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm assuming you've got a couple orphans because there's no way that Gibbs, Jackson, Hampton, Caleb are all on the waiver wire. I am also assuming your waiver wire is dog shit if you are rostering Frank Gore, Jeremy McNichols, Jake Browning, Xavier Weaver, Elijah Moore, Brock Wright, Drew Sample. But to be clear, all the names I just mentioned, you can drop from your roster if you want to. Can't imagine that you regret that or that they make some huge impact on your team. It's funny. Anytime I see Frank Gore Jr.'s name, I laugh. Not for anything that has to do with him, but just I laugh because I always remember the stream in his draft year where someone was arguing with me for an hour that he was a first-round pick. And I had to explain to them, hey, He's nothing like his dad. He's not actually that good of a player. He's way better of an athlete I will ever be. He's accomplished more than I will ever accomplish in the athletic field, but he's not going to be an NFL superstar.
Well, Zach, they took Marv in the first round because his dad was an NFL player. So
That's true.
it clearly wasn't because of his football ability.
No, it's just, you know what? That could get a lot of people upset if we talk. That is Coach's dad. By the way, we still don't know who Coach's dad is, or Boss's dad. I don't even I still have no idea what any of that means.
It was Boss's son.
Boss's son. See,
Coach's dad.
I just have no idea, dude. I genuinely have no idea. Okay.
That's awesome.
Appreciate Drake in the chat. Very kind of you. Rick, you there, and Donnie, appreciate y'all contributing and showing some love. At the 101.
Oh, thanks, guys. Thank you, guys.
You're definitely going to hold Jeremiah Love. I mean,
future Tennessee Titan.
You need a hammer at running back. I think you keep Love. I don't
see any reason, because I'm not doing this unless it's for like straight up. I'm not doing it unless I'm getting Bijan or Gibbs, but I don't even know if I want that on this team.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't. With what we're accomplishing here. At the 201, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but you're in that range of probably like a Stowers. It's a premium, so maybe he's not available. I don't know. I don't think he goes in the first anymore. Unfortunately, I think he's probably a second rounder, but I really, really like the guy. Love the prospect. Beyond that, let's go BPA. But like a Stowers, Coleman, Claire, Surratt, Bell, Bernard, Simpson, Lane. Jacoby Lane, I think, is underrated. Chris Bell's getting some love. If you were to trade the 101, you need an absolute haul to do so. I'm talking
I would also do
3 to 4 first round pick value.
Yeah, if we're gonna do for futures, if somebody wants to pay like 327 first, if there's a team that can do that, sure. I would also do like if I could get a decent plus on Hampton or Genty, because somebody is convicted that Jeremiah Love is the running back 3, then I don't mind that a ton.
Why don't we put a note on the chalkboard to say 101, and let's look at a Genty and a Hampton deal and see if there's anything that makes sense later on, because I agree with that. Who has the 104? We can tear down. We just want to gain as much value as possible. We don't need to worry about filling out particular positions. So the 104, man, there's a lot of possibilities here.
Okay.
I'm wondering,
this team also has
Dart.
They also have Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say.
I don't want to get too into the weeds yet with those tear downs, but
oh yeah, just because
we'll go to the chalkboard in a second. Yeah, look, there's not to be honest, there's not really like a pick compensation that makes much sense here.
No.
You're not going to get a first move back one spot, and
well,
there's not
is
like
it
a
worth
player that would you do it for Worthy? I don't know if I would.
No. But what about his 27 second? I know it's one pick, you know?
Would you rather have a second or control exactly who you want?
Yeah, maybe it's more of like an on the clock move if you view let's say it's you're looking at Tate and Lemon here because 102 took Mendoza.
Right. I think
if you think that there's really no difference and somebody wants to they want to move up, then I'm fine with a second next year.
The only other thing I was going to say is I agree. This will sound weird, but if you can do it for Malik Willis, only reason I say that is because then you trade Malik Willis in season. Right? It's not like he's going to be
more ammo.
part of your future. The 105, I would do like the 105 and the 109. Don't love this class, but I'll take another shot in it. I would do the 105, and I want to pick. I mean, I was thinking maybe JMO, but I don't think you're going to get that done. Not going to get Brian Thomas. Could you send Rashad White? No, you can't. I mean, okay. Let's not overcomplicate things. Want to be realistic as well with a lot of this. Um, okay, so coming to the chalkboard, remember we said, okay, if we were to move the 101, what does a Hampton and Genty move look like? Well, the Genty owner is here. So if we move the 101, I was wondering, like, can we even do a 101 and Drake May move? And we get Genty, Dart, and kind of build on this to get something big. Genty, Dart, London.
Didn't this team have the 103? No, they have the 104.
104. What do you think about that? Genty, Dart, London. 101 and Genty's equivalent to me, so you're basically getting Dart and London from May.
Yeah, I would do that. For the record, I think I would do the 104 as well. Dart in the 104 for Drake May.
Yeah, I am fine with that as well. And if they don't want to get Genty involved, going back to the idea of tearing down off of May.
Yeah, you can get rid of the running backs.
Yeah, Dart in the 104. Obviously, Dart in London we prefer, but Dart in the 104 is right there in that value we'd be looking for. Could you get more? I don't know. Maybe you get an additional 27 second. I'm not sure you could, though. All right, who has Hampton? Hampton is no players found. Can you make a note about this as well? This
is he on the... No,
Ooh.
Zach, is this the Orphans?
He's on the Orphan.
He's on waivers?
He's on the Orphan. So let's just put it like this. If you can get Hampton and a future first for that 101, I think we'd be willing to make a move like that. Let's look at a May move. Go ahead.
Donnie in the chat, I'm wondering if this is his team. What's the Flock username?
Urban Sizz.
Maybe not, but Donnie's asking if we would prefer the 104 or his 27 first.
Yeah.
Which?
Where was that team again?
That was the Dart team.
Yeah.
Okay, Donnie's Donnie, it's a good idea, honestly, because if we might want to be moving to future capital. I think I'd prefer the 104 to a contending-ish team with their 27 first.
Yeah, I agree, but it's close. Okay. Let's double check. So Drake May, Joe Burrow. Who else would we be willing to sell? Breece Hall. Breece Hall is like any 27 first. We'll take it, right? Devonta Smith is simple as well. Same thing. Any 27 first. You can pivot to younger names in similar tiers. DJ Moore, same thing. You couldn't have gotten anywhere near a first for DJ Moore a month ago. Now you definitely can in the right scenario. Those are the main guys you're looking to sell. I think Pacheco in season could get you a second if he's got the right role.
Yeah, or if Gibbs gets hurt for a few weeks.
Yeah.
God forbid.
May and Burrow are the names we're really looking to shop here. Let's start at the top. Knicks. I don't really want to deal with a team like this because I think they're going to be good. But so it'd have to be like players that are already in the league. So I'd say like a Knicks, Marvin, and a first or something for May.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
I would say for Burrow, you're probably not getting that much. You can probably only get Knicks and Marvin. Are you okay with that?
I feel like I might rather take the shot on the first than Marv.
Okay, so yeah, Knicks and Marvin or Knicks in the first, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep looking. May and Burrow here. Okay. Trevor Lawrence. I just don't like a deal here unless it's like Trevor Ladd in a first comes to mind. Not the 111 though. I don't think there's a Burrow deal there for you. We already talked about Dart. I don't think I would do Allen, just with where we are right now. I mean, look, if I was offered Allen, Adunze, in a first, I'm probably not going to say no to. I'll probably just flip Hurts in season.
Wait, what? You said... I'm confused.
So if I was offered Hurts, Adunze, in a first for May, I'm not going to say no to
okay. You
it.
said... Okay, sorry. You said Josh Allen, and then I got confused.
Oh, yeah. My bad. Yeah, sorry, Jalen Hurts. I'm like, I don't want to build around Jalen Hurts, but I would do the trade and then trade Jalen Hurts, basically. I'm not going to tear down to those quarterbacks. Purdy Igbuka in the first is actually awesome.
Yeah. And for Burrow, would you do Purdy in the 102?
I would definitely do Purdy in the 102. I would do Purdy and Igbuka.
For Burrow as well, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, either of those.
I think you got a lot of teams there that are good partners for you. I think, unfortunately, that's probably where it ends. But that's a lot of options there, my friend. A lot of trades that you could make. And I hope that's helpful. You should get your playbook here within the next 3 to 4 business days. I think you should feel very good about where you are with this team. A lot of flexibility, a lot of options moving forward. Anything final there?
No. I think, I think mid-season or leading into the season, getting the most value you can out of those vets is the best way to go here.
I agree. Appreciate you, man. You should get that playbook within the next 3 to 4 business days. You had a playbook done last week, so similar process. If you haven't gotten that one last week, it should be probably within the next couple of days. You should see that, Urban. But appreciate you big time, my friend. Thanks for letting me look at the team. Okay, FFB GOAT. Sammy, feel free to stay on as long as you want.
I think I'm going to do one more.
Okay, one more.
We're approaching bedtime here.
Approaching bedtime, completely understandable.
Approaching bedtime.
Let's go to FFB GOAT. Okay, FFB GOAT is up next. Appreciate you for becoming an annual Mother Flocker member, my friend. Thanks for showing some love. His team name is KC Chiefs LS, and you are currently ranked first. I don't know why I didn't see you there, but you are currently ranked first, so might have a good team on our hands here. Haven't had like a dominant team yet today, but this could be our first one. It's a Superflex 10-team start 10.
Oh, yeah.
So a 10-team league, start 10, relatively standard. Going to have higher expectations for a 10-teamer than a 12-teamer, obviously. But let's have a look at the squad. Why don't you read it out? Just first, you said, I know my team's good. Where do I go from here? I'm competing, hopefully, for the next 2 to 3 years.
I don't think you need a lot of hope, brother. We are starting Drake May and Caleb Williams. We have Jahmyr Gibbs and Amarian Hampton at running back. At wide receiver, Jamar Chase and CeeDee Lamb. Currently have Aronde Gadsden as our tight end, and we need 3 more. James Cook, Drake London, and Chris Olave. It kind of fills itself. Incredible. We do also have the 101. So we are in line to add Jeremiah Love. We have our future first, George Kittle, as a backup tight end. But beyond that, not a ton of depth is how I'm sort of feeling here.
Hopefully Jennings finds a spot. Brooks.
Hopefully Jennings, maybe nice Jack Besh can do something in year 2.
Yeah.
But no, we have a very solid filled starting lineup and Jeremiah Love coming into the fold.
It's a very good team. I think you should feel very proud of this team. Obviously, you already mentioned you want to contend for 2 to 3 years. I would say,
let's contend forever.
Yeah. I think you're going to contend for a long time, my friend. I mean, this team is
never
very
stop
dominant.
Contending.
I'm not sure if you realize how dominant this team really is, but I've given you an A flat. That is the highest grade I've given out today. Very good team. Obvious contender. You're not a Thanos, okay? Thanos probably has a little bit more depth. All right.
A big tight end.
Yeah, not a superstar tight end, but you're one hell of a team. And it's funny because you have one of the best teams in this league. You also have good draft capital with the 101 there. You've pretty much got it all. Untouchables. How much time do you have for untouchables? Jahmyr Gibbs, Jamar Chase are going to be leading that category there. As far as holds, I would hold Jonathan Brooks. He could be a great depth piece for you. Hold Malik Willis. You might as well have him as your quarterback 3 as your
He is the perfect quarterback 3 on a team like this.
Perfect.
Where you can really afford the risk.
I would hold Okonkwo as well because if Kittle is injured and Gaz is not who you want him to be, Okonkwo could be a streamer. If you want to drop anyone, Miller is someone you could drop. Kendre Miller. Love you, Kendre, but RIP. And I would also say Keandre Lambert-Smith you could let go of.
There's no need.
Don't see him climbing that depth chart, although I do really like him as a player. And Tez Johnson I would rather roster from the Bucks. Malik Washington I'd rather roster from the Dolphins. Darnell Mooney I'd rather roster. And also Jordan James. So a lot of interesting waiver wire names out there. It's probably because you're in a 10-team league, so no surprise there. Jumping into the war room, you've got that 101. I can't think of a reason why you wouldn't draft Jeremiah Love. Honestly, even when we go out and look at the idea of, like, do we trade the 101? If you do, it has to be for Gibbs or for Bijan Robinson. There's no other reason to not take, oh, you already have Gibbs, sorry. So it would only be for Bijan, and I just feel like add another hammer to this team, man. Why not? In a 10-team league, those hammers are really going to win you your leagues. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Now, that 110 is technically the one...
That 201 is the 110. Yeah, right. That's right.
Yeah. So there is a premium here. Maybe Sadiq is in range. If not, Surratt, Cooper, Stowers, Price, Coleman could be the play there. Beyond that pick, I can't really project, who will be available. For the 201, I might target like one more vet for depth here. That's technically the 111. DJ Moore comes to mind.
I like that.
I don't know if I'd pay this much for Mike Evans, but he would be someone I could target.
I'll give you some names in just a second here.
I don't want to say like DeAndre Swift, but
Terry McLaurin.
Terry's close. I'm not in love with
Devontae.
Devontae's perfect. Let's go Devontae instead, actually. Just a veteran presence. I think, right?
Henry,
I could justify in this league.
With this team being so set up for the future, I think that adding Derrick Henry, who is going to be like a top 12 guy this year,
you can afford it.
I would do that for sure.
I think you can definitely afford it. Great team. Let's jump to the chalkboard. I don't know exactly what to do on the chalkboard because what do you tell a team that's already so dominant?
Yeah.
Unless we can like tear up from Gadsden, that's the only thing that really
that's
came
what I'm
to
thinking.
mind.
I'm thinking
Gadsden could still be a really, really good player. I just, what can you get to from the 201?
Is there any premium here?
0.5.
Okay. Also, is this a team that you would want to tear down from CD on, or no?
I just don't think we need to.
I'd rather have the production because I do think maybe there's a world in which we get up to a Trey McBride or a Bowers and
using CD. Okay,
use CD Lamb. So like CD and Gadsden for Trey McBride and X wide receiver who's valued similarly to Gadsden.
Idea. Let's look at some teams here. Let's see where these good. Okay, so Harold Fannin. I mean, could you send Gadsden in the 201 for Fannin? Right, because remember that's technically a late first, and I'd be willing to do that.
You should be able to do that.
Yeah. If not, fair enough. But CD. I mean, would someone view CD as an upgrade from Jefferson? I don't know. Like, I would do Fannin and Justin Jefferson for CD and Gadsden. If that's not possible. Which, like, fair enough. If it's not, I wouldn't do it.
I mean, if the Jefferson owner is down on him because of last year, I think there's a shot.
Yeah. I mean, you could throw in the 306 if it doesn't work, or like a future second or something. right? And see if you can get him over the edge. But yeah, okay. Who else has a good tight end? Trey McBride. Now, the problem is at receiver, you're not going to get McBride with the 201. And if you include CeeDee Lamb, you're going to have to go all the way down to Burden. And I think that's a lot of trust in Burden.
Well, okay, but this is what I was thinking. CD and Gadsden for McBride and Jalen Waddle. Something like that.
Okay, that makes sense. And I would do that. I think that's actually pretty even.
Yeah, no, I think that's very even. He had another name that was similar to Waddle. Devonta,
I'd
probably
prefer
fine.
Burden just for the sake of like overall value in Dynasty and like movability.
And I think I'd throw the 201 onto that to make that happen.
100%. If it has to be like the piece. Kraft, I love Kraft, but I don't love like tearing up to Kraft. Loveland, I would tear up to. The 201's not going to get it done. He's got Warren as well. I mean, would you go
Loveland Egbuka for CD Gadsden? I'd do that.
That would be awesome. That's the best one so far today. But if that's not possible, I would probably do Rice as well. Take the shot on him. Maybe you can get something back in return if you do that.
What if scenario he would rather move off of Warren as opposed to Loveland?
Then I'm only going to offer the Gadsden 201 type of deal.
Okay.
I'm not going to include Lamb in a deal like that. And then to get to Bowers, I guess you would do like a CD Higgins swap. So, right, CD Lamb.
It'd be similar to the McBride,
Bowers.
Waddle thing, right?
Yeah, you probably have to add the 201 onto this. So it'd be Gadsden, Lamb, the 201
to get Higgins. I think so. Yeah. Does he have anybody else at wide receiver valued a little lower?
Zay.
See, I think Gadsden, Lamb for Bowers, Zay. You probably still need to add something, I think.
That's worth exploring if it's possible. But yeah, dude. I mean, just revel in the riches of what you've built. All right. I mean, you've done an absolutely incredible job. You should feel very.
I like these strong teams where we can get creative with trying to shift where our production is, because that's what you're missing really, is that strong tight end production. It's
just like the small little tweak where we kind of become an elite team. So
yeah,
congrats on the team, brother. Absolutely fantastic team that you built up there. And I think that might be it from Sammy Stacks for today. Might be bedtime.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get tucked in, put my PJs on, get a nice glass of warm milk.
Is anybody gonna tuck you in tonight?
Nobody's tucking me in tonight. No. Damn. No, just me, myself, and I. It's all right. I'll be okay. But yeah, appreciate you having me on.
Many of you guys will know this by now. If you don't, Sammy Stacks obviously creates his own content. He's streaming Saturday night.
Saturday nights, yeah, every Saturday I'm on for about 2 hours. So
every Saturday night. So go make sure you subscribe to his content. Obviously he's putting out great stuff. He's streaming as well. Anything you want to say before you log off for the day?
No, I appreciate you having me on again. This was a blast. Love hanging out with the chat, and I'm pumped for next week. Who knows? Maybe we'll be in it. We'll have to see.
Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. Maybe it'll be an auction.
Maybe we will. Maybe we won't.
We don't know.
Maybe we won't even show up.
Maybe the world will end.
You never know. Well, Zach, normally I'd tell you that's not happening, but you never know these days.
Anything's possible.
Yeah. No, thank you all for hanging out, and I will see you all next week.
All right, bro. Later.
Peace out, guys.
Salute to Sammy Stacks, the OG. Okay. Let's jump into these team reviews. A couple more here for today. I've got a stream on Wednesday as well. So if I don't get to all of these, I'll get to them on a Wednesday. Let me get rid of this Discord channel here. Okay. Cool. Outlaw Dave. So this is an MFL league, which is awesome because we finally are able to offer MFL leagues. For a while there, we weren't able to. There was just a couple restrictions from MFL. But thankfully, we're able to do that now. Okay, so Outlaw Dave, what is happening, my brother? Again, if you guys want to get a team reviewed, you can check out the link in the pinned comment. We're doing team reviews tonight. Playbooks, customized review of your Dynasty team. You can get that by using the promo code LAND. You can check out the pinned comment there. Becoming an annual Mother Flocker member. That will give you a voucher that you can use through the Flock store to get a team review. Of course, if you're a member of a different promo code, you can still get a team review through the Flock store, through the a la carte options. There's 3 options there. Live Team Playbook by default, the Priority Pass, which skips the queue, and the Pro Pass, which doubles your playbooks. All right, let's get to Outlaw here. Appreciate you, Outlaw Dave. Thanks for the support. Team name is Brian Drew, so keep that in mind. We are in a 1 quarterback, 12 team start. 12. Damn, son. That's a big-ass lineup. Sheesh. That's a depth is king plus. You got probably 3 starting receivers or 6 flex spots. My goodness gracious. Brian Drew, you're currently ranked 1st, by the way. He says, 12 team Superflex start 12, 6-point passing touchdown. We're heading into year 3. I finished 2nd both years. Recently traded Malik Willis for the 108 and 209. Traded Jalen Warren and Michael Pittman for Breece Hall. Great get on Breece Hall. And I don't think you get more than that for Malik Willis, so well done as well. You're currently labeled a juggernaut on the Flock site. We will find out why exactly that might be here in a second. But, okay. So, the Flock site has you 1st at quarterbacks, 3rd at running backs, 2nd at receiver, and 1st at tight end. Sounds like a pretty good team. Okay. We've got Josh Allen, which we're starting. Man, start 12 is crazy. Start 12, yes. So Josh Allen. Then Taylor Breece, Chase, London, Bowers. And we have 6 there, but we still have to start 6. Yeah, we got to start 6 more names, which would be a combination of Rice, Thomas, Kyron, and that's where things fall off a little bit, okay? Because the following 4, we just don't know exactly where those come from. Like, I can't guarantee that Mason, Kamara, Wilson are startable. Can't guarantee that Johnston, McMillan, Ayuk, Mitchell, Diggs are startable. So you've got incredible top-end talent, a little bit of the depth that's missing. But I like this team. And depth is the only thing that might hold you back. Draft capital grade as of today, I'm just going to say a B flat because you don't have any significant picks, although you do have some. Overall team grade as of today, I would say you're definitely a team that should be contending. I can't look at a roster with Allen, Taylor, Chase, London, Bowers, Rice, and tell you not to contend. I'm going to put you at a B+, and I'm going to say you're a contender. Definitely, in my mind. Right now, your untouchables would be Jamar Chase, Brock Bowers. As far as holds on this team, I would say Emmanuel Wilson's a strong hold. Jalen McMillan's a strong hold. Those are the main guys. I mean, I do like Mitchell as a hold to see what if the Jets bring in a wide receiver 2 or not. Brandon Ayuk as well. Hopefully he goes to the Commanders. As far as drops, you can drop Jeremy McNichols if you need to make space. I don't think he's going to really contribute to an NFL team that much. You can drop Zacchaeus, again, if you need to create space. I doubt your waiver wire has anything intriguing. Why is Jalen Hurts on the waiver wire? That doesn't seem right. Something seems wrong here to have Jalen Hurts on the waiver wire. Why is that the case? Okay, well, look, if Jalen Hurts is actually on the waiver wire, of course I'm going to put him as a must-add waiver wire pickup. Drop Daniel Jones. Add Jalen Hurts. Makes no sense for Hurts to be on the waiver wire. I know he had a bad year, but it wasn't even that bad. I mean, he's still one of the better fantasy starters in the league today. So I think he should be rostered for sure. Okay, let's go to the war room. I'm just going to set it up real quick. We got the 109, 208, and 311. So you do have some picks to play around with. I would say I'd rather trade the 109 if I were you than draft it. If there are certain players that are available, that could definitely help your flex situation. But if you were to stick and pick, it's probably going to be either a Sadiq Coleman, Surratt, maybe a Denzel Boston as well. 208 onwards, I can't really tell you what the best player available will be. At this point in time, it's too early. But the 109, like DJ Moore comes to mind. Jalen Waddle comes to mind. You know, you could really use one more flex. Actually, a couple more flexes. But it's going to be easier to acquire flexes at receiver than it will be to acquire flexes at running back. Like, you're probably going to find it harder to get you already have Kyron Williams there, but like a CMC, I think would be hard to acquire at that point. Javonte Williams, maybe. Now, that 208, can you get a veteran like a Chris Godwin? I don't think you can get a Mike Evans, but like those are the kind of names, you know, equivalent I'm thinking of to kind of give you a little more depth to go on this run and, you know, kind of contend at best, the best that you can. As far as the chalkboard, Rice we could look at playing around with. I can give you some better options for the 208 because Mike Evans is probably more expensive than that. You know, outside of that, I'm not going to tell you to tear down from a Chase. I would be interested in tearing down from a Taylor, even though you're contending. So those are some of the moves I would make. I assume no one needs quarterback if Hurts is on the waiver wire. But Rashee Rice, reason I'm open to moving him is because you're clearly a contender. And I would like to be in a position where I'm not worried about if Rice is going to be available or not. So if you can move him for, you know, like a T. Higgins comes to mind, we're just trying to stay in the same tier, but get a little bit more reliability. So a T. Higgins comes to mind, a Nico Collins comes to mind, a Chris Olave. I don't think you get a George Pickens, but a Garrett Wilson, a Emeka Egbuka. You know, if those are possible, I think it makes a lot of sense. The 2-8, we talked about Mike Evans. Maybe that's not possible. But maybe like a Wan'Dale Robinson is more doable. Right? Like that could be a realistic name. A Christian Watson. A Jacoby Myers. A Parker Washington. You could take a shot on a Parker there. Those type of names. Jonathan Taylor. Again, trying to remember if you had any weaknesses here. Just overall depth. So if I was to move Taylor, it would be to get multiple running backs in return. So like Javonte and Tootin isn't far off. I don't love Tootin though. So look, Javonte Williams and a future first. Let's say that. That's an idea there. Let's keep looking though. No running backs there. Not going to get Gibbs. Not going to get Genty. A Walker Jacobs I actually love. Like, that's actually perfect if that's possible. And I would definitely add the 208 to get there if you needed to. That makes a ton of sense in my mind. Don't need anything back, obviously. You definitely can't get Hampton Etienne. Saquon Harvey, I don't trust enough. Judkins McCaffrey is perfect. And again, we'll probably have to add the 208 there, but that's another perfect idea to give you a little bit more depth, have the best starting lineup in your league. Doesn't look like there's enough. Ooh, Bucky, Chase Brown, for sure I would do. Yep. So those are a couple ideas I think could make sense to improve the depth of your team. But, man, you're an absolutely fantastic team. I think you should be a contender for sure this year. And thanks for letting me review the squad, man. You should be seeing your playbook within the next 3 to 4 business days. But thanks for letting me look at the squad. Okay. Is Skinner or Chasing Breakers in the chat? Chasing, I might hold yours till next stream and we might finish on Skinner's. Let's do that. Let's go to Skinner here. Let me know if you're in the stream, Skinner, my friend. And I will be live Wednesday night, Chasing Breakers, just so you know. But it is it's 2:15 p.m. here. And I haven't eaten lunch, so I'm gonna finish this one off and then make sure I get some sustenance. This is a 12-team Superflex Start 10. So this is the middle ground. Sounds good, Chasing Breakers. Okay, cool. So we've got a Start 10 here. You are currently ranked 3rd in this league. He says, I'd like to compete this year. I've made a lot of hip fire trades. What can I do to make this possible? How can I build up my depth? Okay, so we do have some draft capital here. We don't have our own 27 first. We have someone else's. Okay. Chase and Breaker says, congrats on the Bowers play in Kilo. Nice consolidation play. Yes, sir. I'm excited about it, honestly. I'll show you guys a trade that Chasen's talking about there. We moved for Brock Bowers. I just had a lot of depth in the Kilo League. And Kilo was one of those leagues where when I voted, I put a vote out to go from Start 9 to Start 10. They voted no. So I just have a lot of depth on this team. So I went ahead and upgraded a little bit. Sent AJ Brown, Laporta, and the 107 away for Brock Bowers in this league. Just too much depth. I can't add another rookie here, with Thomas, Rice on the bench, Harvey. Need to go out and try and win it all. Okay. Let's have a look at the team, Skinner. Again, the goal is to try and compete. Now, I would say you're going to have to because you don't have your own first in 2027. So we got to do everything we can to go out there and try and win a championship this year. Okay. So we in a Start 10 are starting Goff, Prescott. I don't love your quarterback 3, but I do like that 1-2. Bijan, Walker. Don't love their depth at running back, but love that 1-2. London, McMillan, Kraft. Then we're flexing Thomas and Hunter. Our last flex spot is Monangai or Montgomery. Okay. We have the 103, which is great. So I think between the 103 and those seconds, we can definitely make some moves to really solidify yourself as a contender. Overall team grade as of today. It's a good team, not a superstar quarterback. Guys holding it up. Depth is definitely struggling. I'm kind of on the edge between like a B minus. I'm going to put you at B for now just because that top end depth or that top end stars are really good. You are a Windows open pathway. There's no reason for you not to compete right now. You need to do everything you can to try and win a championship. You won't benefit from not winning a championship. Bijan is your only untouchable. As far as players that I would hold, on this team, I would hold Ramondre Stevenson. I would hold Jordan James. If CMC goes down with an injury, you've got a guy that you can place in your lineup. I would hold Travis Hunter, and I would hold probably Kyle Williams next on this team. If you need to drop anyone, you can drop Odell Beckham Jr. Why is he on the squad? Is it for morale? I don't know. You can also drop Ricky White if you wanted to, Derek Carr, Jameis Winston. Plenty of names that you can drop. On the waiver wire, I see George Halani, and that's the only name that I'm really interested in adding at this point, just purely as a speculative ad. No expectations, for a name like George Halani. It's just based on all your options, he's the one that intrigues me the most. Again, we've got some decent capital here. I would be interested to see what those second rounders could net you, because I do think you're a team that should kind of throw the kitchen sink at trying to win this year. Just considering like the position that you're in. But let's have a look. If you keep the 103, I know you need quarterback depth, but I think you need flex depth even more. So I would take one of the big three wide receivers. I think I'd rather trade the 103. And I feel the same thing about those second rounders too. If you were to hold the second rounders, you're going to add some rookies that we like, but no way they help you compete this year. Your Skylar Bells, Antonio Williams, these names, I just don't see them really helping you compete right here, right now. So yeah, I just something to keep in mind. But if you move that 103, I really want a receiver that can help me win right now, or a running back. So James Cook comes to mind. I know we talked earlier about selling Jonathan Taylor, but you need to win right now. He's a name that you could buy there. Jonathan Taylor, James Cook are the names that make sense at running back. You definitely need an RB3 at receiver. Chris Olave comes to mind. We'll explore more in the chalkboard. And then at the 202 to the 204, your Mike Evans of the world, your Devontae Adams, those type of names, I think make the most sense. Trying to go out there and compete. That's our entire goal. Okay. So again, we have the 103, we have the 202, and the 204. The only other way that you could add depth is by tearing down off of Bijan Robinson, but I want you to have a hammer to go out there and compete with. I just think you need some of those top end players to really go out there and win a championship still. So again, the 103, I really think that is an area where running back makes the most sense to add. You definitely need depth at running back. So you're not going to get Hampton there, but people are getting lower and lower on Achane. If there's anyone that's concerned about Achane in your league, he would be great. In fact, I don't mind doing like the 103 plus the 204 or something for Achane if you need. James Cook is a great option. Like we said earlier, Jonathan Taylor, just covering my bases this year. You have Ken Walker already, right? Yeah, so there's no one else there in that range that makes sense. At wide receiver, the range is much bigger. Olave, Nico Collins, George Pickens. Yeah, I mean, all those names make a ton of sense to go out there and compete with. At the 202 to the 204, we're looking to add... DJ Moore is probably too expensive, but Mike Evans will be cheap and should make sense there. So Mike Evans, Devontae Adams, Michael Pittman as a really cheap option. Terry McLaurin. You need guys. DK Metcalf. You need guys that you can plug into those positions. Wan'Dale Robinson. It's kind of a gross one, honestly, but Alec Pierce, Jordan Addison, and Michael Wilson. I don't really love Michael Wilson, but you need bodies, man. You just need bodies. So let's just say hypothetically you're able to get James Cook, and then you come back and you add Mike Evans and Jordan Addison. So I know you're not able to bring in any rookies, and we all love young players, but that really helps your team right now. You're going to be starting in a start 10, Goff, Prescott, Bijan Walker, London McMillan, Kraft. You have to start 3 more names. You've got Brian Thomas. You're starting James Cook. And then you have Mike Evans, Addison, Hunter, Montgomery, all as the last flex spot as options. So that's how I would achieve it, my friend. That's how I would get to the place you want to get to. But thanks for letting me look at the team. And as I've said before a couple times in the stream, you will be getting your team playbook here within the next 3 to 4 business days. And it will come through on the message tab on the Flock Fantasy website. So be on the look for that. But I appreciate you big time, showing some support to the stream and letting me look at the team. It's been a long stream. A good stream, but it's been long. Yeah, we're well over 4 hours now. I appreciate everybody so much for showing some love to the stream. A couple announcements to end the draft. I am cooked, Mike. First off, we just announced the Athena League, which is the league that will be drafting next week on this stream. If you're a annual motherflocker, you can go enter that league on the Land Leagues tab. Okay? And if you plan on becoming a brand new member, then I will fast track you into that league. But these are the steps. Got to be an annual motherflocker member. Follow those steps. Once you finish step 4, DM me if you're a brand new member, and I'll fast track you into the league. But that is it for today. I need some food. I need some sustenance, clearly. But I appreciate y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, what a stream. I need to do some stretching. I've been sitting too long. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you guys Wednesday night. Nothing but love.